Hello. We're back. Ignore a little bit of a mess in the background. I may or may not have dropped a frame on the ground. Let's not think about it. But we're back. We're back to work on this. Hello. Hello, Grimo. So yeah, I took a day off. I didn't look at this. This is my first time looking at this in 24 hours. And anybody who's an expert at anatomy and 3D modeling and whatever is gonna be like, yeah, this kind of sucks. I don't care. I don't care. I am very proud of this. This is great. Just look at that jawline. Look how beautiful this thing looks. So anybody who's got problems with this, go make something better and go be successful, Good for you. But I can't be upset with this at all. I'm loving this thing. This girl is sweet. Yes, ma'am? My cat got high before stream. I don't know what happened. She's like nuts. I don't know what's gotten into her. All right, anyway. I'm going to throw some music on, and we're just going to dip right in. I'm not even going to think about it. You doing okay? Scout, you okay? Come here. What has gotten into you? All right, we're gonna do a little checkup right now. Come here. Come on. What are you freaking out about? She does not want to come here right now. She was all over me 10 minutes ago. There you are. Come here. What has gotten into you? Crazy girl. You're gonna gamble it all the way to the top? Alright, now we've activated heist mode on stream. I gotta set the heist limit higher for you guys, since everyone's going nuts on it. Spare foods time. Here, I'm gonna change the heist right now. Alright, man, you gotta get down. She seems fine. She seems like she's doing fine. Alright, let's go do the heist stuff now, because I can't be bothered to pay attention to anything. I'd 100% do an all if I allowed. I'd 100% do an all I if allowed. Oh, an all in. I see. Give us no limit gamble. I want to gamble my house. All right. Let's play with this. Let's see what we can do. All right. It's a weird question of the day, but I updated the question of the day, and now we can go over to full screen. Let's go check out the heist. Maximum amount. Feed the gamblers. I blame Rat for all the tendencies. Tendencies? What does that mean? Can you add like 2 million points to the bot just to make T angry? That'd be very funny. Hey, you're both successful. Let's give it a smaller cooldown, since everyone seems to care a lot about that. We're gonna do that, and I'm gonna make the top 4,000 for now. We'll see how that happens. The success rate is 75%, by the way. And you know what? Just because I'm a spicy boy... No, I'll leave it at 75. I'm gonna drop you down to 70, though. Get destroyed. You know what? Mods, you also get 70, because the mods abuse their power. Too bad. Payouts is good for everybody. I like that. Perfect. Done deal. Okay, we're not going to do any messages or anything like that. 4,000 it is, and it's going to be a smaller cooldown. Perfect. Let's do that. You want me to give more points to the bots. Okay, let's do that. Let's do that real quick. What is it? Streamlabs? I'm just going to give Streamlabs more points because they deserve it. Points. 20,000. There we go. Let's see what everyone thinks about that. You guys are going to learn to pass that pretty soon. All right, we're back to this. We're in. All right, so Streamlabs, wow, Streamlabs got a lot of points all of a sudden. Where'd that happen? All right, so let's get into making a little impy thing. God, you are beautiful. You're horrifying, but you're beautiful. You must be at least top 3 again. True? Scrippy kind of went for it. All right, let's give you arms. We're going to start with arms right away. Let's do some arms right away. Okay, so blocking out an arm. I'm the last person you should ever ask for advice on anything, especially anatomy, but I'm feeling confident today for some reason. So let's go for this. Remo, you really fell off. Soon as all the heists got serious, you fell off. Don't know what to tell you. That is such a small little bit of geometry. Why is it so small? Let's do 30. Alright, so we're just gonna try and make a general shape before we get into anything. I haven't thought about toes or anything like that yet. We're just making a shape. And I am just gonna repeat what I saw Niche do yesterday, because Niche had a really cool system that I actually really enjoyed, and I wish I had thought to do this earlier, but we're just gonna do the nice pull technique. Because it looks good. I simply forgot about heist, but now I must regain my crown. That's okay. How's everybody doing today? What's everybody's day looking like? What's a Wednesday looking like for the peeps out there? We all having a good time? You know, that's too high for a thing like that. So let's do this. Let's call that it. Okay, so all we're doing is we're just making a little hand here. We're not going to stress the details. We're not going to freak ourselves out. You know what? I actually think I'm going to go no reference for the first little bit here. I know that's a bad idea. I know everyone's going to be screaming and shouting about that, but like, I think I'm going to make a better general shape if I just look at my own arm and just kind of go for a sec, and then we'll come back and finalize stuff later. Because if anything, I've learned that I should be holding off details until the very end. Anything more than that, and I'm shooting myself in the foot. Also, this detail is so small. Why are you so small? Why is the detail so incredibly small? So my hand has a very specific, or my arm, I should say, has a very specific curve to it that I'm going to try and get. I know we're doing kind of a female-y looking body, but I am going to try and do this curve. Because this curve looks like what I want arm to look like. Dare I say, I actually like my arms. I think I got nice arms. So we're just doing very simple shapes just to get it looking right. And also this, I'm not doing this. Not you. Not today. Push that all the way forward and do another detail flood fill. And I'm gonna keep itching my nose because my nose itches because I just picked up my cat and now her fur is all inside of me. And I regret it, but you know, you should never regret picking up and hanging out with your cat, so it is what it is. Alright, that's a terrible looking hand, but it's gonna get there. Doing very general ideas first, and then I'm going to cut down to what we actually want. Let's do it like that. Okay, so now getting into some detail work. That is the general shape of a hand right there, except it flattens out on the top here. Also, the detail is still so small. What is happening? The detail on this body, let me just make something clear. The detail on this body, which has like... Okay, hello. What is going on? The detail work on this body, which has this level of polygons, is set to 30. This is a 30. This is what a 30 looks like. And this guy's now at 100. Why? What is going on? Why are you having such a hard time? Hello, T. Boy, did I lose it? Let's take a chill pill for a sec. I think I'm freaking out. No, 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 no. Freaking out right now? Hello. How's your day going so far, T? You're late to the party? You're never late to the party. A wizard arrives precisely when they choose to. Alright, so this is why you do what this is. And you don't do weird stuff like what I was doing. Sometimes you just gotta think. You just gotta put your brain on. You gotta actually think about what you're doing. And I'm glad we got there in the end. So let's redo this entirely because we made it look very strange. Let's rethink our life for just a moment. Having a little rest now. I'm still not feeling very good. Yeah, you're just having a day. All right. I apologize to anybody who is judging my work right now. We're gonna see if it gets better. How far down does my hand go? That looks about right, but I think a pixie would have a smaller hand, right? If I'm just thinking. No, they have very long arms. Of course they have long arms. They gotta pick up, like, berries and stuff from trees. Yeah, they have long arms. A fairy has a long arm. That's a fairy. Done. Okay. Cool. Shape down. Let's go. Okay, are we at, like, maximum resolution all of a sudden? Let's drop this back down to 30. Now, we can begin building out these shapes. A ribbed arm. Yeah, we got a ribbed arm for her pleasure. Sorry, that was a terrible joke. We're just making a little arm. Whoa, hello. That's why perspective matters. We got kind of a Samus-looking arm here, which I sort of like. I love the look of Samus. I think Samus is such an interesting, like, female study of design. I don't think it's correct, but again, we're dealing with a flying creature here. So, like, it being kind of ripped is not the worst idea in the world. Let's try and get this, like, spike on the shoulder good looking. Like, that's not a bad look for an arm like this. Of course, we're gonna have to make it look more real later, but, like, just as a general idea for this shape, I don't hate a spike. I think that's kind of a good look. Oh, we are in Heist Central right now. All right, you know what? This is the one. This is the heist. This is the one. Anybody who doesn't join this heist, you're missing out. Anybody who doesn't get on this board right now is gonna have some trouble. Okay. General shapes. General shapes. Dun, 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 dun. Wow. Greenwell, did you bet 4,000? Holy cow. You bet 4,000. You're a mad lad. Alright, so let's get a little bit of a muscle going. Let's get the back-facing muscle in. That's normally what we would call a tricep, but I'm going to call it the back-facing muscle because I know what I'm doing today. And now we're just going to push in a little bit on some of these guys to bring this down. We're going to bring the elbow out. No risk, no rewards. Primo, did you go to like a focus camp and turn into a new person? The confidence is out of control. Okay, yes, that's not correct, obviously, but we're getting there. And again, it's going to be cartoony, so I'm not, like, obsessed with whether this looks good or not. What I want to do is emphasize an idea. We're making a fairy, right? We're not making a photoreal human being. I'm making a little creature that picks berries off of trees. I don't want to get obsessed with, like, detail work. These are the things I tell myself to be able to help myself sleep at night. Welcome to the mind. The mind of the machine. Okay, so this guy right here is where it all comes together. This is the part that matters. So we actually need to take this shoulder and push it up and out. If we want that Samus-y sort of look, we gotta round it correctly. There we go. That is a pretty solid looking shoulder right there. All right, that shoulder's coming up. We're gonna look at some shoulders. That is not a bad looking little boy right there. So we're gonna push you up, get that little piece, and it connects to the breast. Very solid shoulder. The model's nice too. Wow. The flirting begins. That's what it means to be a streamer, is that everybody fake flirts with you. I've just been rereading a book, Someone with a Very Dumb, Stubborn Pride, and some of it may have rubbed off on me. There's nothing wrong with that. What's the book? That is not a bad looking shoulder. It's actually pretty nice looking. Once that connects to this tissue and we get this little curve in correctly, I think we're in business. Okay, so the start of something. Now, everybody that has muscles, which I am lacking a little bit right now, has this muscle right here. They've got that thing. And then it comes up here. And it goes back and around to the armpit. That's every muscle man ever. That's what muscles look like. And again, the shoulder, I'm trying to go fantasy. We're going to see how that turns out. I don't know yet. I don't know if I like that shoulder yet, but we'll wait till the final iteration to make stuff to it. I am on the second one, Trilogy of Insignia. I've heard of Insignia. Is it about a stubborn man? That feels about as real as I think I care to make this. Again, we're going cartoony. I don't want to get obsessed, but that seems good enough for my purposes. That's a pretty strong-looking lad. Yeah, what'd you do if you found a bunch of tiny people living in your house? A bunch of what the British call beggars. Make them tiny pancakes, like the hamsters. Do you love me too? I love you. Okay, so we definitely have, like, a gun hand right now, which obviously is not what we're going for, but can't be too upset with what we're looking at. Okay, the back of my hand, I don't know about other people's hands, but the back of my hand is like a blade. Like, I could cut somebody with this. So I'm gonna make a blade for the back of this guy. Like, my bone sticks so far out the back of my hand. It looks like that. And we'll round it down and let the hand come down from there. So that's the hand. That's as far as the arm goes. We're done here. You don't go any further. Be gone. Wow, 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 wow. Da 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 dee. Wow, wow, wow. You would make, if you found a bunch of tiny people in your house, you would make them pancakes? That might be like the third thing you do. But like the first thing I do, I'd be like, what is going on? Dude, Greenwall is here. Greenwall is going for top position fast. Okay. I can turn this into mush. I can turn this into a flat little piece of mush to get rid of it. Come on. Get out of here. Get out of here. You're literally a piece of ribbon. Wait, what? I saw you up there, but what? Young teen with too much pride and lots of hate towards corporations in a dystopian cyber future. Dude, Greenwall, what on earth? You're just giving them doll clothes and cooking them food? I think they'd be upset about the doll clothes, if I'm being honest. I think that might be offensive. Hey, do I hate this? Yes. Should I cut this out? Yes. Should I just delete it? Yes. Why am I being weird about it? I don't know. There we go. Now it's done. No, I said now it's done. No, I said now it's done. Why are you not cutting? Do I not understand how cutting works in this? This is supposed to kill it. You told me to describe insignia in a way, so that's it? No, I get that. I don't understand. Wait, what? I saw you up there, but what? I don't understand that comment. That one didn't make sense to me. Is that hidden or is that delete? That's hidden. I don't care for hidden. How do I delete you? Where's delete? Oh, you were... Got it. You joined late. I see. Dun, dun. You know what? This is going to drive me nuts, so I'm just going to go for it. If I don't do this now, I will never feel good about life. There we go. Now we're done. Sculpt. Back to sculpt. Let's go all the way back up to you. Dynatopo's turned on. All right, we got a hand. Let me give you a hand. Kind of wish it was longer now that I'm looking at it again. All right, we're back to where we were. We're back to the blade of my arm. And my elbow sticks out quite a bit as well, which I'm cool to play with. 32 seconds. So my little elbow goes like this. Comes out in a really crazy angle like that, and then it comes down. And then we're gonna smooth all that out. And that's kind of what my elbow looks like. Maybe not that much. That might be a little too crazy. Why we're making me, I don't know. I don't know how this turned into a self-portrait, but everything's a self-portrait if you think hard enough about it. Good luck. I'm going for it. Not what I wanted. Not what I wanted. You make what you're familiar with. Yes, for sure. Making the wrist and stuff is really where I feel the most comfortable, so just getting the arm looking about right is where I need to focus my attention right now. Why can't I click this? Okay, I kind of need this to be buffer. That's actually perfect. That's a perfect looking little guy right there. Don't go too small. Let's get that like that, and now let's buff it down just a little bit. Okay, now my hand has a very specific curve to it that we do need to find right here. I'm actually gonna use this. I lost a 4,000. That hurts. That hurts to experience. You hate to lose a 4,000. You hate to lose your livelihood. I might make this sharper now that I'm seeing how good that looked, but we'll take it one step at a time. We're just gonna take it one step at a time. We're just going speedy, speedy, speedy. Ain't no time to be taking time. Boy, you are buff, aren't you? That is not bad. It's a little lopsided. Clearly that's bigger than this. I'm not totally washed of seeing the truth of the world. But we're just playing. We're just getting somewhere first. I'm gonna be doing this back and forth for a little bit, but we're gonna have a result. I guarantee you. You're gonna like the way you look. I have the ability to give points whenever I want, so I'm not even upset about it, you know? It's what a loser says. That's what somebody who just lost 4,000 points says, by the way. Just to make that clear. That actually looks not bad, but it's a little harsh. Let's lower this guy down. Again, you are huge. This muscle right here is way too big. Let's drop you down. You are way too big. Okay. Hey, what's up, Echo? How you doing? Off topic, but they found the boys that bully girls in video games are the worst at those games. What do you mean by that? What does that mean, T? How's the model going? I'm making an arm right now and having a time. What do you mean the boys that bully girls that are the worst at games? And also, that sounds like the most biased, like, news article I've ever heard. I'm not saying that they don't deserve to be the worst. Like, I don't agree with bullying people online, but, like, who conducted this? That does not sound like a real study. That is pretty solid looking. I think I'm gonna have to wait until the merge to actually see what this looks like. Oh, I'm realizing how small it is now. It does look like wimpy, wimpy, wimpy. It could be from personal experience. I don't think that's true. I think I would have heard if T was being bullied. We're going kind of goblin status on this. That's not bad looking. Okay, take a step back. Put on your lens of truth. Does that look terrible? I don't think that looks terrible. That looks weird. That's a weird curve right there. Let's fix that curve. We're gonna have to fix that. It was a report. Yeah, it seems like a weird article, you know? I'm mixed on the results of that article. Also, I don't care how you feel about it. Everybody has a weird little sack in their armpit there. Sometimes it goes in, sometimes it goes out, but you have a weird piece of, like, loose skin in your armpit, and if I don't model it, I am doing myself a disservice. So everyone's got this little sack in here. This is your stink sack. This is where all your stink goes. This is back when we evolved from the skunks. This is where we kept our stink. And you can't convince me otherwise. Hey, thank you for the goose. I love Boblin, the goblin. He's a great little boy. He's so sweet in his little box. Do I hate the way this looks? A little bit. A little bit. Do I care? I mean, I do care, but like, how much do I care? There's more to be done. We're not even close to being done. I'm not saying that we're done or anything like that. I'm just thinking. We're just thinking out loud. We still gotta connect everything together and make it a single mesh. It's just this right here. It's this bottom part of the arm that I hate. The muscles are not bad. This gap here is very supernatural, but it's a pixie, so clearly it's supernatural. I'm not worried about that gap at all. The muscle is almost frightening, which is good. It's this bottom arm. This bottom arm sucks. I need a buff lady. I'm gonna manifest muscles on myself. I'm gonna like 2 muscles out. Okay, we're here. Muscles. Let's do it. You are strong. You are a strong woman. And they curve in, which is like the cool part. I like that curve in. I like the way they curve in. I think that's cool. I think forearms are definitely like one of the most attractive parts of the human body. Which I think is why I'm being so particular and I'm almost like second guessing myself while I do everything. Because I want to make nice looking forearms even though we're literally going for like a cartoony whatever look. And it's not going to matter at all. None of the realism is going to work in the final sketch. We're going to be literally cutting details out of the final model, so I guess I shouldn't be thinking about it that much, but I don't know, I like a forearm. Forearms are beautiful. Go kiss your forearms, okay? Everyone give your forearms a kiss. They're beautiful. You got nice forearms. If you're following me, you got nice forearms. And if you're not following me, give me a follow, and then you have nice forearms. Okay, so we gotta worry about this curve right here, but otherwise, we're getting better. Make sure it's straight, make sure the forearm is there. That shape is perfect. The crease on the elbow is not bad. Hello, ma'am. Have you been stalking the whole house? All right, we got a nice hand paddle for picking berries. I like that. Is it perfect? No. Of course, everybody who does anatomy has a problem with this. I don't mind. I don't mind you having a problem with this. It does make sense to have a problem with this. The elbow got messed up somehow. maybe a little hyper elbow, but all right, fine enough. Okay, let's do this. So I'm just gonna make a little arm piece right there. We're gonna think about hands in a little bit. But I just need that to sit and say, does that look good? You know what this looks like? This looks like every like weird AI movie where they like mass produce a bunch of war robots. This is what the war robots look like. They got these huge broad shoulders. I also like how androgynous this is getting. Hey, you know you were not allowed on that computer. This looks like every war robot that's ever existed. Once we give it feet and hands, we should be good to go. It'll look a little bit less soulless. But do I like it? I think it looks good. I think we're actually here. I could definitely make it more feminine, but beyond that, not a problem. All right, we're beginning to see it. How many digits on the grabbers? I'm debating that. I am debating that. I'm thinking, I mean, we'll just go for it right now. Why not? Make sure we're here. I keep doing this. You are arms. Man, she got into something. What are you freaking out about? Are you lonely? Are you sad? Why are you so hyper? Come here. Come here. Come get cuddles. Yeah, there you go. Hiya. Whoa, oh my gosh. You decided to flail while I was picking you up. Little kitty, little baby kitty. Come on up here. Come say hi to the people. Come say hi to the people. You just want to sit like that? Halfway on the desk, halfway on my lap? She's just being a little kitty. She's keeping her head down. She doesn't want to be on camera. Come say hi. Go say hi to everybody. Get up there. Please don't drink my water. You have your own water? It's the exact same water. We drink the same water. Alright, you're off my desk. She smells. What happened to you? I gotta give you a bath. She got into something. I could smell it. Why do you smell so bad? Is that why you're hyper? Did you get into something you weren't supposed to get into? She smells. Okay. Well, cool. That's what I'm doing later today. Fun. I gotta make rice and I gotta bathe my cat. Alright. A streamer drew me her cat with a sombrero for Taco Tuesday. I love that. Echo, I love that you're like the quintessential Mexican in a lot of people's chats, and you're from California, or at least you're living in California. That's a pretty cool idea. Smelly cat, smelly cat. Nothing like a big old Shelly cat? That's not a thing. Okay, anyway. Feats. Give me an over-under on this. I will be taking criticism at this time. Here is what I am thinking for the feats. I think I'm going to go, like, beetle status. I think we're going to go full-on beetle status. Jellycat is my favorite brand of stuffies. That is fair. Well, my Twitch name says that I was made in Mexico, not that I'm there at the moment. True. I don't know if it says you were made in Mexico. Does hecho mean made? I don't don't know what the word echo means. It does. Okay. Got it. Well, that's good to know. All right, so foot review. I hope you don't mind me posting the Taco Cat. I don't mind at all. I'll share it. Bot on Red Stream gained true AI in his gambling. Yes, he did. Oh, you're posting it here. I thought you were posting it on the Discord. I'm surprised I allow links on here. I thought I turned links off. I thought for sure I had turned links off on stream. If I hadn't, I meant to. So the fact that you were just allowed to post a link is very weird to me. Kind of just threw me for a loop. I'm getting a new game. You're getting a new game? What's the game? Give me one moment and I will look at the Taco Cat. I have to make sure that this little bird monster looks okay. Hello? Alright, this is a block out. This is not the actual end result, but I am taking criticism on these feats. Just the general idea of the feat, general shape, I'm taking criticism. Feel free to give me that. Alright, we're pulling up the Taco Cat. Signal theory? Oh, look at those cats. Look at them. What's this symbol? I like that symbol. It's very brimstone. Very, very brimstone. I like it. Very cool. I like the, like, powdery look, too. That's cool. Alright, signal theory. Please don't get me banned. Oh. Is it like, it's like making modular synthesizers. It's literally just modular synths. I'm sure it's not. I'm sure it's like a coding thing, but it looks like mods. Alright, taking criticism on my feet now. You know what? I have a better way of doing this. I have to think about how it works, though. New method. Hold on. It's a stylized form of Naji. I like it. Not fetishable, but good enough. Look, anybody can make a fetish out of anything. Don't undermine people's abilities to make fetishes of things. They'll find a way. Okay, so I can bridge that gap right there to try and make that into something. I think that might be the look right there. Okay, fun fact. When you're making shapes, there's always one digit that ends up having like a articulation like that so that it can rest and move when you're standing on something. A little bit of Alien Anatomy 101. One of the few anatomy things I understand is how like digits and evolution work. Weren't for that, I don't think I'd have very much knowledge to my name. Well, he wants to go that way. Why don't you go this way? No, I want you out. Don't go that way, please. Go this way. How do you feel about the idea of Velociraptor talons on those stampers? No, probably not, given that they're fairies. I don't think they have many defensive needs. I don't think they defend themselves very often. I don't think they, like, get into trouble with, like, other creatures too often. They're kind of servants, in a manner of speaking. That should be fine right there. I'm thinking of these guys a lot like house elves from Harry Potter. That's kind of the general template that they follow. I was thinking of offense or defense, but to carry things. Let's look at a Velociraptor talent. Okay, give me a moment. They might have the ii. Velociraptor. Velociraptor is how you spell Velociraptor. Make a chain sword like a literal chain coming out of a sword handle. What? You mean like Ivy's sword from Ivy's sword from Soul Calibur? Are you talking like the Helix sword from Fierce Deity, Majora's Mask? I don't really understand what you want me to make, but I will give it a shot. That is a very creepy manifestation. Just a chain with a sword handle? Alright, I'll make a chain with a sword handle, sure. I like the middle one being the spike. That's actually pretty cool. What? That's a good look. Beautiful. I like the like scuffy, weird looking paws too. And they're not paws, obviously, but I only said Velociraptor since it was the first thing that came to my mind. Boy, imagine this thing like standing on you. Just like in your arm. You're dead. You bleed. This thing could destroy you. It looks like a piece of construction equipment. It looks like it moves trees. What the heck on earth is this? Is that a bunny? It has a bunny. A lot of gruesome pictures of eagles. kind of why bird handlers have those gloves. Oh, totally. But just like, just looking at it is nuts, right? Like we wear gloves when we pick up loose rocks. It's like a loose rock isn't going to do as much damage as this. So sometimes with the gloves, it's like, so they don't get themselves scratched. No, it's for this. This is on a different level than why most people wear gloves. Boy, nuts. All right, let's make a chain sword. Yeah, those are not cool little boys right there. All right, we're gonna be doing more with these paws later. I'm not stressing the details of them right now, but I do want to make them look good before we decide to stick them on. We're also doing an inner wrap because we want this thing to be standing, not attacking. Attacking is an outer wrap, standing is an inner wrap. So we'll do that later, and we'll think about the arms. Realistically, the arms should be the same number of digits as the legs because everything evolves from a quadruped. But these things don't evolve naturally, so I don't think I care too much. Fun fact, these are not naturally evolving creatures. Just to add to your lore, everybody. That's kind of a mangled up, gross looking foot. That's kind of the weird foot that you would expect from something like this. Let's let that simmer for a little bit. Let's let this simmer. We'll put a mirror on it and we'll put it across head and we'll let it go. Oh, it's like a gross frog. It's like a really creepy looking frog. I hate it. Okay, chain sword. Let's do it. I'm gonna make a literal chain sword. How is this gonna make any sense? Make a chain sword, like a literal chain coming out of a sword handle. Alright, I'm gonna fully scuff this one. I say that every time, but I'm gonna go ahead and fully scuff this one. Look at Boblin the Goblin. Look at him. Look how cute he is. Let's go ahead and save a copy of this as Boblin, so I can make it easy to remove later. And then we're gonna go back to Speed Sketch, and we're gonna hide you. I'm gonna call this Pyro's Chainsword. I have caps lock on. Pyro's Chainsword. Finally. Pyro's Chainsword. We'll start with the chain. I don't know what you exactly want me to be doing, so I'm going to take a lot of creative liberty here. Because I have an interest in weapons, and I want to make a weapon that is usable. Giving a little sit in the bathroom? Is that what you're doing? We're just sitting in the bathroom? On the floor? Is that your thing? So, let's go ahead and cut this thing right down the middle. Here we go. Chain sword. Nice and simple. We're not gonna stress the details. And I am taking liberties here because it's my sketch. There we go. Not bad. Throw in a subdivision. You know, I'm going to reduce the geometry just a little bit. I always go kind of nuts on the geometry for seemingly no reason. So I think we're good to let that be strong. There we go. Question though, will the chain lengths be loose or welded together? Yeah, so that's the confusing part, right? That was the part that I didn't really understand. So I'm going to use magic. What them boys be calling magic? Also, this is not a sword. This is not how swords work, but it is what I'm doing. Also, I'm a man of honor, so I will be doing this because I'm a man of honor, and honor requires sacrifice. So you're welcome for that. Actually, I can do that two ways. Let's do that twice. There we go. Now we have welding areas, so we could easily weld this together. It's a very not well-made chain, but I don't care. You think I care? This is magic. If it's magic, I can do whatever I want, right? Okay, so now we're gonna grab you and we're gonna put an array on it. No, better argument, what do you want really? Pyro doesn't know what Pyro wants. Pyro's living life one taco salad at a time. As we all are. Pyro's just honest about it. This is gonna be a long sword. Let's do a long sword. It changed just a little bit, but that's not a big deal. I don't care. It's scuffed, right? We're scuffing this bad boy. I don't care if it changes. I need to actually take this and set origin to geometry. Uh-oh, didn't think about that one. I think we can still make this work, but I screwed it. Tell you what, actually, I can do this much more easily. We can do this with a random. Let's just go crazy. There we go. Now we have the beginnings of a sword, and all we got to do is just find our object of origin and get it going correctly. So what are we doing? We're doing X, nope, Y. So all we're doing is we're just finding the points that can be easily rotated. Otherwise, it's business as usual. It's always business as usual when making swords. This isn't a sword, but might as well be. That's a good one. This one's the worst one, and it's going to be the hardest one to fix. There we go. There we go. That is a bunch of chains. That works pretty well. Can't be upset with that, and it looks like you would not want to be stabbed with this. That looks pretty scary. Alright, I think I am good to hit apply on all of these. Does Shift Tab work? It does. Wow. Shift actually works. That makes life so much easier. Looks like it would really hurt to be stuck with. Yeah, this is not something you want to be hit by. Whoever's wielding this weapon loses every battle, but they're not a cool guy to be around. Okay, tell you what, I need to do this. That is so haunted looking. There we go. Perfect. That is a cool look. I love this look. That is so... That's like what a biblical angel looks like. Do not be afraid. Just put an eyeball right in the center there, and I've made a biblical angel. Okay, boom. Now we need to make a handle for it. What the heck would a handle for this thing look like? All glory to the spike spear. The spike spear. Yes, the spike spear. Sorry. Okay, if I was reasonably trying to make a handle for this, I'm telling you what I would make. Because I would be scared to death of this thing. I'd be scared to death to hold this thing. So I'm just making what I think the most appropriate handle for it is. Alright, that looks... maybe a little too big. Yeah, that's probably about right. Okay, cool. Let's dig in a little bit. What I would do is I would build out a face like this. Looks like a buckler-sized guard. Yes, it is a buckler-sized guard, because I wouldn't touch this thing. I'd be way too scared of this thing. Alright, so these guys should not be creased. They should also be brought together just a little bit to make that shape. I might even put a crest in there. We'll see. I'm not sure. And the bottom it needs to stay as non-offensive as possible. Let's go ahead and add a crest here. It's going to be in our best interest. What is our division? Our division is 36. We're gonna deselect, check or deselect, make sure it checks correctly. Let's do 2. Let's do 3. Nope, 2 it is. Oh, I see. I screwed it. I did a bad job. I did what we in the business call a bad job. So instead I'll be doing it like that, and we're going to be just moving on with our lives from there. Cool. Okay, now we got a crest. Not a bad looking one either. I can very much appreciate it. This looks a little artificial for me, so let's go ahead and drag that line on up. You know what, we're doing it too, I don't care. This is scuffed, I'm not gonna think about it. There we go. Looks a little less artificial now. That looks pretty good, although it could probably be welded instead of sitting like that. We'll do that, and we'll decrease that. And everything else looks good. We have a pretty decent can lid here. All right, so now the final piece of the puzzle is very easy. We're just gonna grab you. We're gonna bring you in right there-ish. And now I gotta look through everything and delete half of you. There we go. And I believe we are done. I believe we have made the scariest weapon ever made. Whether it's loose or sturdy, it's a terrible weapon that would strike fear to the hearts of everyone. I would hate to use it, and I'd hate to have it used on me. Both situations are terrible. It's actually just terrible. I will give it actually a scoop real quick, because it needs to have some ability to parry. It is made of fear and iron. I do not fear no man, but that thing scares me. Alright, it has a rim for parrying now. Imagine parrying with this weapon. I just realized the absurdity of that sentence. Oh my god, if you're crazy enough to wield this, you're not parrying anything. There's no way you would attempt to parry. Oh, that is good. That's actually such a funny little piece. That is very cool. It low-key looks like a funky pot. It looks like the worst children's toy. That looks great. That crest looks really nice. That crest looks great. I gotta fix this bottom part, but the crest looks good. That is not a grid fill. That is not what a grid fill should have done. But you know what? I don't care. It's scuffed. We're going to let it be scuffed. That's that. There's a part of me that wants to add another piece to this. Let's make this even more dangerous. I'm going to add another piece. I don't know why I'm doing this. This is a terrible idea, but I am doing it. I'm reminded of a comic I saw on Tumblr years ago, back from the book of the Hogfather. The heck is that? Can you explain? What is the Hogfather? something weird in here. I gotta figure out how to not make that a problem. Why is this doing this? What is this? There's some, like, mixed... There it is. Hey, what's up, Beryl? Beryl, we are currently making a speed sketch for Pyro, because Pyro has demanded the scariest thing in the universe, a chain sword. So now we're making a chain sword, and it is haunted. It's actually terrifying. But in more practical approaches, we're making a Fae. The Hogfather is a book from the Discworld series, a satirical fantasy setting. The Hogfather is the world equivalent of Santa Claus, and in the book, because of the plot, Death is doing the Hogfather's job. I love that. Discworld is on my to-do list, by the way. I do need to read Discworld. Everybody in the world has suggested it to me. I will get to it eventually. Dropped the comic on the Discord. Thank you very much. Very, very appreciated. So I don't know why this makes any sense, but that is what it looks like now. There it is. It's a nightmare to look at. This is the nightmarish chain blade. You made it even more dreadful. Yeah, you know. It almost looks just like the worst thing I've ever seen, which is definitely the goal. You're gonna give me a show red, thank you. I will check out the show red. Oh. Let's see it up close. You can't give her that. It's not safe. It's a sword. They're not meant to be safe. She's a child. It's educational. What if she cuts herself? That will be an important lesson. This is very, very, Joe. This is Joe's brand. Joe loves stuff like that. Personally, the school's e-system is bloody misery. What school? Real life or Discworld? Are we talking the real world or Discworld? You know what? I hate this, actually. Tell you what, this is not what I want to do. Why am I spending so long on something that I literally said I wasn't going to spend so long on? I don't know. Why do I do anything that I do? Real life? Yeah, I get that. Hello, T. Hello, T. Because you're having fun? I suppose it's because I'm having fun. I can't prove that I'm having fun, but I suppose it's because I'm having fun. Okay, so I can make an object real quick here called an icosphere. Hey kids, have you heard of an icosphere? I can make an icosphere of 3. Hello, cat hair is just killing me. Hello, how are you? I am alive. Let's get scratching. I first heard about the icosphere on this stream. True. I'm a real inspiration, I know. Okay, here we go. This is where we take it together. This is where it's all gonna come together, folks. Check this out. We're gonna do select similar. Oh, we are in. Look how frightening that is. Okay. Yeah. No, it's the worst weapon ever made. Yeah. Yep. You do not want to be attacked by this. You've made a sea urchin ball? Yes. I'll see if I can go one step further. I'm gonna push myself to my natural limit here. We'll see if I'm good enough for this. No. Select similar based on face angle. Not what I want. Select similar based off of sharpness. No. Come on, you can do this. Okay, let's try a shrink fat. Hey, calm down. Hey, calm down. Let's put it to 0. Okay, that is kind of what I wanted. You know, that's as good as I'm gonna get it. There we go. Now we have this, like, very stressed little guy. This is a nightmare. Okay, well, I hope Pyro got what Pyro wanted. What a perfect looking little like, button that I've made, though. Okay, so... Oh, did you die in the void? I kind of want to add a little spiral pattern to this, but I'm crazy and I'm gonna do it. Why am I the way I am? Why can't I just chill? Why can't I just let things be silly? I don't know why I can't just let things exist. We're only gonna do one. It's gonna be an accent. It's not gonna be a staple. Okay, yep, that's gonna live. That's gonna survive in our minds, as is. Now we just need to watch you, and we need to spiral along the y-axis using smooth, and I'm gonna use a sharp RY. Okay, sure, we got one twist. We can do more twists than that. There we go. Now we got a little twist in the handle. I don't know why I did it. I don't know why I felt compelled to do it, but I did it. Now we can model it. Oh, it does look good. It does have a cool vibe to it, doesn't it? It looks just like the nightmare that you would make for something like this. All right, what do you have? Something weird is happening in my house. All right, let's make a piece of metal with some grease on it. What color would something like this be? I think it'd be a really dark copper. I think it'd be that color. Dark copper makes the most sense to me. And it'd probably be pretty chipped up if I had to argue. So we'll call this Haunted Copper. Let's call this Cursed Copper, because you gotta have the alliteration. All right, bada boom. Link materials. Thank you. Select all. We're going to apply scale to everything. Perfect. And now we have some copper. If I'm being extra weird, we can give it a little bit of lightness around its edges, because, I don't know, it just adds a little dynamic that I think will look nice. Just like that. And I will throw a layer weight on there. Just to give it a little bit of something, you know? Just to give it a little vibe. This guy looks weird. Cursed copper is good. Oh yeah. You gotta have cursed copper. The world revolves around cursed copper. Okay, everything looked good. That all looks pretty good. I want these to be opposite of one another, and I want this to be the predominant color. Here we go. Now it is good. Pretty set. Let's throw on a random noise. Put you on a color ramp between 0.3 and probably 0.6 if I had to argue. We're gonna stick you on there. We're gonna stick you on the roughness. We're gonna take a look at it, see if we can spot the differences. Maybe put an ease between these and bring them close together. Okay, so now that they're close together, we can do that, and we can add a little bit of distortion, and make a little bit of roughness, and add a lot of detail. Now we should have kind of a gross, dingy-looking weapon. We can copy-paste that into a bump to give it a little bit of, like it's been beaten up a little bit. Come on. Come on. I know you want to work. Okay, so now it's been, like, ruined slightly. We set that strength way down. So now it just has a little bit of volume to it. And now I'm going to add a mix RGB. We're going to give it some cuts using a Musgrave and a colorant. We're done. This is the last step. Done. We're going to go like that. We're going to go like that. We're going to put cuts in it, but I'm going to figure out the algorithm later. First, I just want to find the cuts. We'll worry about adding them afterwards. So we're going to go ridged multifactorial with a gain of like 300. And the dimension and the detail got to be powerful. There we go. Now we have that little look that we're going for, and now we just got to make sure that they are hard cut out of each other. Okay, so that's what that looks like by itself, which is pretty good. I think we can actually up that strength quite a bit since it's here, and now we're just going to slowly creep back the noise. So let's add a linear light, and let's double check what that does, and then we can slide it back however much we need as long as we can see the ridges. The ridges look pretty good. Okay, so now I'm going to take you, and we're just going to double that so we get a few more ridges. We're going to lower that dimension down so that they get a little bit more subtle, and I think that is done. That is pretty solid looking. The only thing I think we probably want to add is a object node right here. Hello? Object and object. Okay. Now you can be scaled down quite a bit. We can set that distortion kind of low, and the roughness can be lower just a little bit. Nope, let's make the roughness a little bit higher. And give it a little bit more of just that. There we go. Perfect. Dunzos. That is my terrible, terrible weapon. Thank you, Pyro, for requesting a terrible weapon. Just the most unusable thing I've ever seen in my entire life. The scariest weapon that only the most barbaric of human beings would ever use, and it requires more than a barbaric human being to make. So the Venn diagram of who can make this weapon and who would use this weapon is 0%. Which I like. I'm a fan of that. It's a truly cursed weapon. Toilet brush to kill your enemies? Yeah, it's a battle toilet brush. We've made a battle toilet brush. And if you really want to set it like full circle, plus 100 or plus 50 poison damage. Why can't I say that sentence? What we will do is turn on our wizard goblin. Oh my god, look how big it is compared to him. Scottish people can't say purple burglar alarm. Yeah, I've seen the Lemmy clip. Don't worry. You've returned with an orange? I want to eat an orange. I have an orange in my fruit cabinet right now. I say cabinet. It's not a cabinet. It's a literal dresser. What am I saying? These are not words. I have a piece of fruit in my kitchen that I would like to eat right now. There you go. There he is, in all of his might. Yes, but I won't share. Alright, everyone, you know, this might be a good time to get a picture, if you want a picture, because you'll never see anything as good as this in your life. You're going to be chasing this dopamine high for the rest of your life. So, sorry about that. Sorry that we all had to peak in this moment. Alright, back to this Eldritch Nightmare. You know, I took some time away from it. I actually like the way this looks. I think the arms look good. Well, time to invade Mexico. Good thing Poland shares a border with this country. Yes, true. Good thing you two share a border. You know what? I actually like the arms. I actually think they're good. They're not as feminine as they probably should be, and I could probably do something here. I think we're all right. Okay, so we're gonna keep the new head here. Okay, so we have everything combined. We have backups. I'm not worried. Head with ears backup. I'm not too worried. I'm not too worried about this. Not what I wanted. I wanted you. Okay. Let's stop calling you head. We're gonna call you body. You are actually a body. Alright. Let's get back to it. We're here. I'm like, why is it not working? I understand why it's not working now. There we go. Here we go. Just dig in. It's just about right. Perfect. I want to maintain this little crease right here. You. I love that ridge. That ridge is really cool right here. If we can emphasize that. That is a cool little ridge right there, and definitely very like on the feminine end of the spectrum. She is cool. Okay, so you know what? I'm gonna get rid of the Samus shoulders so we can really push the feminine part of this. It was cool while it lasted, but I think it's not what we want to be doing. We want to get whatever this is. I think this thing is called a clavicle. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know what this is called. I think it's called a clavicle. We're going to push that angle not as far forward as it is. So we're going to do that. Shouldn't be looking forward like that. It should be back here. There we go. That looks a little bit better. Now she has that really good angle. That is just about perfect. Let's go ahead and grab this and connect the armpit down. Like that. Just like that. Give her a little bit of a beer belly, a little bit of a guts. And if we get that chest looking perfect, oh, dude, we are here. We get that like navel or whatever that shape right there is correct, and I think we're in. That's probably a little too high, I think, for hips, but do I care? I don't know. Dude. This is looking great. We're gonna push the butt down because butts are for creatures that sit, and these creatures don't sit too much, so they actually probably would not have a pretty big butt. They'd probably be pretty on the small end of the spectrum. So I think we're gonna get something a little bit more like this. There's kind of a nice tailbone going on here, but I don't know how much a tailbone matters for something like this. The front looks great. The front looks pretty solid. I think we might push into here a little bit. And try to really find that like breast right there. But otherwise, I think we are kind of in this. Dude. What am I doing? How am I doing this? Alright, so I lost 4,000 points. I'm gonna try and make them back. We still gotta make like leg muscles and stuff, which will be fun to work on, but we'll get there. Alright, let's push... Let's push the dynamics of this leg out a bit. We're gonna set the strength down so we can get more subtle with our shapes. Hello? Get out of there. That's not anything. Okay, so we're like getting a shape. Whether the shape is perfect or not, I don't know. Do I care? No. Like I said, we're simplifying all of our stuff, so I'm kind of at free liberty to play and get weird and not stress over details. Hey! Guess who actually managed to get their 4,000 back? Yeah, I'm not going to stress most of these little shapes here. That's not the brush we want to be using. We want to be using this. All right, there is most of the shape that we want. Push it out, push it back, make him strong, make him muscular, make him look like a boy. It's not a boy, it's a girl. Look at that butt. That is the least toned butt I've ever seen. Man, the more I touch this, the more I'm like, I gotta be careful. I have something good here. I need to chill. I can't be like messing with this thing. My usual strategy of just shotgunning is backfiring now. We're in the business, as they say. I'm probably safe to stick to some creases for a little bit, so I think I'm gonna just accept some of these creases here. That was a bad one. So let's do a couple of creases and like just let them sit. Just let them stay. Let's just have some fun with some creases. Okay, so a six-pack sits above a belly button if I understand correctly. It does. I don't have a six-pack. I don't know why I checked my own body, but, hey, you do what you gotta do, you know? I'm almost cool giving it this little, like, muffin top right here. A muffin top might be, like, exactly the kind of thing a, like, winter creature would have. Survive, you know, on that hibernation. That might be exactly what we want for this. Let's play with it and see what happens. That butt is the worst thing I've ever seen. Butts always have this, like, weird angle here. Let's push this guy in. Right here. Butts always have this, like, little ridge here, especially muscular butts. They always have, like, a ridge. Okay, that is starting to look like a shape. This guy probably needs to come up and in a little bit. Like that. Yep, here. No, you know what? I'm not going to do that. I like it the way it is. I like it kind of flatter like this. I think the flat works. Let's flatten out a little bit more. A flatter, like, heart-shaped body is more of the goal here. She's perfect. You're just lounging out, right? You're just sitting in summer, and you hear, you know, a little trickle of a waterfall off in the distance, and the sun is beating its rays down upon you, and you're sitting there just hanging out, and this little fella comes up to you and hands you a grape. What are you doing? You eating that grape? You gonna eat a grape from this creature? I'd eat a grape this thing gave me. This thing probably knows where to find all the best grapes. This is the grape master. This is the one. All right. Now, I know I'm still like in the block out phase. I don't know why I'm sitting and making all of everything look the way that it is. What do your feet look like? What do your feet look like? Oh, they're crazy. They're like frog legs. I don't want that. I don't want gross, weird frog legs. Although I do like the bendy little bits on the end of them. Let's try making some feet real quick. Let's make some feet. We're gonna start by hiding these. Let's make feet. Little baby feet. Right there. We're gonna just apply our scale. We're gonna go into our sculpt. We're gonna Dynatopo, and we're gonna detail flood fill. Let's do this. Make a foot. Just making a foot. Ain't a big deal. It ain't a big deal. Just gonna try and get it right. Welcome back, T. T, you've been on and off today. Are you feeling okay? Are you doing okay? Oh, we're going for a heist today. Okay, so I'm going for kind of a stiletto-y, weird look. I'm still not feeling very good. You need to take a break, my dude. You need to, like, go take a bath or something. You need to stop stressing yourself. Alright, so I don't exactly understand what I'm doing here, but I'm just feeling it right now. Bath is a good idea. I'll probably do that soon. Very good. As you should. You just need to, like, take a chill pill, my man. You need to stop running around and doing stuff. These feet are cool? I don't think these feet are cool right now. I'm having trouble with these feet. Feet are not my specialty. I'm good with hands. I'm not good with feet. I get hands. I like really get hands. I know hands are the canonically hard one to do, but I like hands. I don't like feet. They don't make sense to me. I don't understand how you stand on things. I don't understand how you balance on a foot. Oh no, did you just lose 3,000? Guess it's time to look at feet pics. I'm okay. I'm okay looking at feet pics. I'd rather go completely based off of memory and have everybody be very upset with me. You know me. I'm old no reference red over here. Does it perfect 20% of the time and brags every time. That's me. That's my energy. You have lost a lot today and yesterday. Okay, so that is the hook of the first one right here. Okay, I know it looks like I'm doing nothing, and I kind of am, but I have an idea. I am reaching a conclusion. I'm just taking my sweet time getting there. It's a bit of a process. Oh, dude, we're here. That's about it. Okay, now I just need to turn it into a proper, like, stiletto. Which is probably what I'm gonna do when I combine them together. Probably not something I should do yet. That is really good looking. All right, I accidentally backed my way into this. I'm not gonna try and take any credit for how good this looks right now, but it is mine. I did it by my hands. Okay, we're not out of the woods yet. Don't start bragging yet. You don't deserve to brag yet. You don't deserve to brag at all, but you definitely don't deserve to brag yet, because we're not done. We need a hook. Dude, how have I done this? How have I done this? Look at that. Look how good that looks. Wow, that looks crazy good. That's it. That's it done. Are you making it shoes? No, they're not shoes. That's its foot. That's the foot. But there's a reason it looks like this. While I struggle to get all of the things that I'm wearing to fit nicely on my face. All right, so we got it looking like this, and there's a reason that it looks like this, and that is because we want to smooth it all together. Oh, that's gonna be a fun little bind right there. I'm gonna do like harpy legs. I mean, okay. Now that I've sat and thought about it, a pixie is a harpy. If I think too hard about that, I'm gonna really want to turn the arms into harpy wings, and I know that's a bad idea, so let's not think too hard about it. But a fairy is a harpy. Like, just let it be known a fairy is a harpy. We're gonna excuse ourselves beyond that point, but I did figure out the secrets of the universe. If your goal is to design a fairy, you need to start with a harpy. Okay, cool. Now let's push it on down. hello. Why is there two? That doesn't make any sense to me. It's just about perfect. If I grab this and I make this even more flat on the end. We get most of what looks like a claw. It's not sharp, sharp, sharp on the end, but it might be perfect. That is proper sharp. That is fine enough to be sharp. And this will always be a separate object, so I don't need to stress the details of whether this matches or not. I think it is perfect. We have that really good shape, that little teardrop killer shape. The only difference I think we want to add is maybe throw a full ridge down here. And grab front face and bring it forward. And bring just these two and bring them forward. There we go. That should be about right. And now I can delete these two to make it flat on the top. We take a look at it, and that looks not nearly as sharp as it was before. Which means we gotta grab you, and you gotta be brought in and up. And you gotta be brought up and in. Dun. Is that good enough? That seems good enough to me. Let's do just one. Just you. GUI. Spike Claw. Hey, York Hawk Small. Thank you for the follow. Hello, hello. York Hawk. What does that mean? Oh, you know what? You know what? How dare you? That's great. That's clever, my friend. You got me. You got me. I fell for it. Fully. So hello. What's your thing? Is your thing going around making people say that, or do you also 3D model? I know that I fell for it like a full egg on my face on that one. I figured because I'm making like a talon, I was like, oh, you're into like birds. I was like, what a interesting way that we fell into this. Nope. I was wrong. You do Photoshop? That's cool. I'm less privy to look at your work because I can only imagine what it is, but if you want to send some stuff, we can take a look at it if you have stuff to show off. I'm going to be full discretionary while I'm doing it. Because I don't know what to expect from you. Okay, you know what? That's gonna be perfect. That is a fine enough angle. I don't have any work here. It's all my laptop at home. You got it. Where is here? Where are you doing right now? You visiting your parents from college or something like that? Okay, there we go. That is a perfect looking town. I'm at work right now, not even supposed to be on Twitch. I mean, whether you're supposed to be on Twitch or not, I'm sure your work does not want you to be on your Hawk Small. York Hawk Small. So, you know, it's just life. That is ruthless. I don't exactly know where the front of this thing is, but I'm gonna assume it's right there. No, it actually could use a different angle. It's gonna be a little bit more of an angle like that, but otherwise we are here. Perfect. Pretty much perfect. Could use a little bit of rounding here, but we're gonna do that later anyway, so I'm not worried about it. Yeah, we'll round into the claw, not the other way around, so let's just let that lie. Let's do the next one. She is looking gorgeous. She's gonna tear her heart out, my man. This is haunted, man. Okay, so now, would you accept a grape from her? She flies up to you, right? You're sitting having a lovely day. You were not expecting this, and all of a sudden she flies up to you and she offers you a grape in her talons. You taking a grape from this girl? Jesus. They are very scary. Perfect. Perfect. Cool. Okay. We'll go ahead and join all those together. You're taking the grape. You're a brave soul. You're a real brave soul. There it is. There is the beginning of the idea. There's a lot more work to be done here, but that is the beginning. You know what? These need to be way bigger. I can't fix it now, but we'll make them bigger later. Once we decide what the proportions of everything are going to be, we'll do that. All right. Boy, she is rough. It is officially break time. Let me run an ad real quick and grab just a little bit of water and maybe a snack. I'll be right back. And I'm going to texture the gross bird legs. So be right back. Back. No real snacks on the menu today. It's not a snack day. I kind of want to give her little things too. I think things would really suit on a fairy. She doesn't have fangs. She also has like the world's smallest mouth, which if you're that small, you don't have a small mouth. Small creatures need giant mouths because they have to fit like everything in their mouth. An ant is bigger than that mouth. That's a beetle, right? There's no way you can't fit things in that mouth. No, you need a big mouth. You need like a scary, like jokery, like up to here kind of mouth. All right, we're gonna start with some texture. Let's get into it. If I understand bird claws, they actually are like transparent on their sides. Bird claws. They look like this. They're transmissive on their edges. That looks about right. That looks about right. I think that looks fine. They usually have a good amount of specular. The tint is going to be high. Sheen is a no. Okay. Now, bird claws also have that weird filling. I had so gross word for it, but they have that weird like filling in them. I don't really understand bird claws. Probably should be using reference for this, but I think I could do it off the top of my head. So it looks like that, but it's like this color. That's what they look like, with a little bit more kick to them. That's about what they look like. That looks like a claw. Maybe a little bit too shiny, but otherwise that is a claw. Maybe not as dark either. Maybe we'll make that a little bit on the red end of the spectrum. Just like that. Maybe make you a little bit more white. That's what they look like in my mind. Yeah, it's about perfect. And then they're always a bit shredded up. Turns out birds don't know how to take care of their own claws, so they always have a little bit of something to them. Let's see, what are you gonna have? You're gonna have a... I want to say it's a noise. I want to say it looks like this with a color ramp in the middle. And there's like cut marks. Let's see the money. Come on. Yeah, looks about right. Throw on object data. Really does not like loading this. Okay, so ease in the object made a lot of difference to this. Drop that scale down. Get that detail work up there. And now we just push up that and we invert it to make it a little bit of criggly-craggly. That should work. Maybe a little too much. Maybe actually, new idea. Boy, this thing is loading really slow. Is the geometry like crazy on this? Oh, it is. Like, why is it taking so long? Okay, so now we have a little bit of a double take here. Just little bits and pieces that look a little scary. Now we're gonna up that distortion. Give it like a 0.4. She's perfect. She's perfect. Beautiful. Okay, done. That is a talent. Done. You are a strange creature that we've created. Next up is going to be the weird claw thing. Or not claw, the scaly bird mess. What I think is a good look, what I think is a really good look is when people do the ombre and it goes from one to another. So I'm just gonna make another texture called Talon, and then I think I'm gonna make an ombre between the two of them. So we're gonna call this Scales. I don't know if it's gonna work or not, but I do think it's a good look. So do that. Almost no specular. So theoretically what should happen is we should be going from like here down very subtly to this. That's the goal, at least. That's what we're working towards. Hey, what's up, Grimo? Oh no. I must compete. I am required to compete. The void calls. Okay, that subsurface is gonna look really good once we add some like dynamics to this. So I think that's actually good. Yeah, we get a lot of reds in there. Oh no, T. You are almost out of points. Okay, that should have a vibe to it. What happened to you, T? Is the 70% so bad for you? Grimo is braggadocious. This is a new Grimo. Grimo read Discworld and lost their mind. Okay, so we want rough, low specular. It needs to be gritty. This is the part that touches things. This is the big one. my luck. You do have bad luck with heists, to be fair. You have worse luck with heists than anyone, I think. Not what you want to hear, but I think it is true. Alright, so I learned a lot of stuff recently. Oh, let's go. I'll take my money. Oh, I just realized Scroopy is streaming. I have to go do something. I must go do something for my boy Scroopy. I must do something here. What is Scroopy working on? Okay, we're gonna have an ad. Get out of here, I don't want to see this. We're going back to this for just a moment. I must do something for Scroopy. I mentioned it yesterday, and it totally escaped my mind until this very moment. There we go. There we go. That is as good as I'm gonna get scales to look for right now. Until we have something a little better and we can get rid of these little articulate bits, that's gonna be the best looking guy we got. So let's leave that as is. That's our little guy. It's just a little guy. Alright, Scroopy it is. Oh! What the heck? Is Scroopy doing some 40k stuff? Also, look at this handsome man. Look at this handsome boy. Alright, let's give him a prime. Let's hit him with the prime. There he goes. Now he gets up.
Oh, Red Yara, thank you.
Are cute.
Aww. Thank you very much, Red Yara. With Prime. Thank you for the sub. Oh, really nice. I just came in the right time because I was on the point to raid somebody. Can't stay.
No.
Just giving you that sub I promised. Aww, thank you very much.
Oh no. Is he gonna raid me because I did this?
Appreciate it.
I didn't mean to force his raid.
Whoa, Grimo. Whoa, hello. How are you doing?
Alright, we're gonna leave Scroopy to his mess. If Scroopy raids us, we'll see what happens. I was not begging for a raid. That was not what I was going for. That just happened accidentally. Alright, we're back to this. We're back to making some claws. Scroopy's a real sweetheart. If you're unaware of Scroopy, go say hi to Scroopy. I love Scroopy. Scroopy is super cool. Super, super nice guy. Really cool guy. Every interaction I've had with him is, what? What's the wow? Did I miss something? Did I say something weird? I'm not understanding. What's the wow? Alright, we're gonna go ahead and just dig in. We gotta play prop hunt with Scroopy? Yeah, for sure we do. Oh, it's me, you teasing me about the raid? Yeah, I didn't mean to accidentally create, need for somebody to raid me. Dude, look at that. Little, like, red bits all over the place. That is it. I'm gonna go really subtle on it. We're gonna keep this really subtle. I don't want to go crazy. I don't want this to look like an insane thing. Oh, it's got like a Godzilla vibe to it. That looks insane. That looks really good. What's a Fresnel gonna look like? I kind of forgot what Fresnels do. It's been a hot minute since I've used a Fresnel. Yeah, let's not use a Fresnel. Fresnel's too weird. I almost like the cracks glowing a little bit. Like, that's a cool look. Boy, that looks nuts. That's gotta be it. Hey, Mila, what's up? Mila, I've done most of a pixie, and there's parts of it I really, really am happy about, and there's parts of it that I really, really am not happy about. And, you know what? That's kind of better than I was expecting. But so far we're making talons, because I realized that a pixie would just be a harpy with hands. So we're just merging into this. Are we going to give them clothing? I think they're going to be naked. I think I'm not giving this thing clothing. It shouldn't have clothing. I don't think a pixie would have clothing. Cool. So, we're going to ombre between these two pretty well. In fact, I'm going to attempt it right now. Let me steal this. This is going to be a pain to fix later, but we will fix it later, I promise. I don't feel like doing it right now. I would have been here at the start, but I was pretty much, I was on a much needed walk. Pixie's looking good so far though. You owe nobody nothing. And if you need to take a nice walk, then I'm more than proud of you for taking that walk. You owe absolutely nobody nothing. I'm surprised people even hang out here. I go back and forth on, like, people that stream just kind of do whatever, and streams are just random, to being like, I am the worst streamer ever, and I don't know why anybody watches me. I go back and forth between those two moods quite often. Because I watch a lot of streams where I'm just kind of like, people don't really do that much on stream. People just kind of do whatever. But also, I am the worst streamer. Okay, let's throw on a gradient with a color ramp on an ease with a gradient, linear gradient. And let's go ahead and pop on the back. We're looking for something. There it is. Oh, that is good. Wow, that looks really good. I kind of like the arm being possessed, but that's not what we're doing today. That ain't the energy. Okay, so Y needs to be 90. Negative 90. Dun, dun, dun. By the way, how do you get the cool background you have in Blender there? Oh, let me show you. It took a bit of doing. Okay, so one moment real quick while I figure this part out. I need to switch this to a sphere. I can get rid of you. I should probably keep that, just in case I go back. I think you're going to be a little upset with the answer that I'm going to give you, but I will show you nonetheless, because I spent a lot of time on it, and I am proud of it. But it's not as cool as you think it is. Okay, that is just about where we want it to be. Except we want the whatever this axis is to be different. There we go. We want X to be 2. We want X to be... Yeah, 2's fine. 2 seems good. Okay, that's probably about as good as I'm going to get it unless I do it manually somehow. So let's leave it like this for now. You get the idea. I'll worry about it later. I'll worry way more about this later. All right, how did I get the background I have in Blender? Well, I'm going to show you. If we zoom into the eyeballs, you might start to see how I did it. I'm going to zoom into her shirt, and we might start to see it. No? Wow, it's a pretty good chroma key. Okay, well, here's how I have my Blender set up. This is how it's set up normally. You'll notice that there's no background. What I did is I chroma keyed out pure black. So I've been very careful with my theme to not use pure black anywhere. And I chroma keyed out the pure black. And I have a static video file that I am just playing at all times. And that video file looks like... that. So this is what's always playing in the background of my streams. So it's just a video file that I've chroma keyed into Blender. Hey, guess who's not reading that one? I fell for it once, I'm not falling for it twice. Hello? What is happening? You're the same dude, aren't you? You're the same one. There we go, all back. You're not? You're not the same person from earlier? We just have a silly day? Okay, it's definitely you. Nobody says, what do you mean? It must be you. Yeah, I don't think you can do it in Blender by itself, but it's pretty fun in OBS. And chroma keying in OBS, you can do some really fancy things. I used to have a lot of setups where this little border between windows was chroma keyed out, and I did fun things with that, but nobody ever noticed it, so I stopped doing it. I said, what do you mean about the background thing? Oh, the background thing was how I got these weird wisps in the background of my Blender setup. Yeah, chroma key's cool. You can do a lot of weird stuff with it. All right, back to it. What is cube 3? Oh, the talons. I see. Talons. These me feetsies. And you know what? I am just brave enough to just jump right in. The fairy grows, yes. We've been deep into fairyland at this point. What's up, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and everyone of age and size? I, the Dark Ace X, have arrived. Wow, what an entrance. What an entrance. You know what? These bad feet can go. So we have towns, we have feet. How do I feel about the body? Okay, we're gonna have to copy the body. Okay, boom. All right, let's do this. Every time I do it, I kind of freeze up a little bit, but who cares? Let's just do it. Just dig your heels right in. All right, we're gonna go into sculpt. We're gonna go with a little bit of a resize. One moment. There we go. Perfect. When we had lockdown and I was in online classes, I had OBS running a virtual camera and I had chroma keyed backdrop that said error 404, student not found. So if I had to get up for any reason, that is what people saw. I love that. We used, what is it called? What's that terrible program? Oh, Zoom. We used Zoom at my last job. We used Zoom every single day. We would have virtual meetings every day. And you can do virtual backgrounds. And I was just one of those people that always had a virtual background because I didn't want people seeing that I was like driving or like eating food or whatever. I was always like hiding something. But everyone thought it was so cute all the time, except for one manager was so mad about it. She was always just like, why can't you be real? And I'm like, we're having online meetings. Why can't you be real? Why can't you, like, actually show up to work, huh? So, some people hate that stuff. Some people hate, like, virtual whatever. And I get it, I guess, but, like, it was pre-COVID. So, she can chill out. Boy, that looks actually incredible. Does that not look amazing? She needs like a knuckle. There needs to be like a knuckle right here. If you, Fairy, did have clothes, it should definitely be a puffy sleeved dress. I think she's not gonna have clothes. I think these things come from a kingdom where clothing obviously is not necessary. And they're servants, so why would people pay to give them clothing if they didn't have clothing originally? Like, I don't think that's in your interest to, like, create problems when problems don't exist. I also think anybody who has an attraction to these fairies would probably be seen as kind of a sociopath in this society. So, I don't think they want to push that agenda any further by making them any more aesthetically pleasing. But puffy sleeves. Maybe I'll try. If I have extra time, I'll try. But I doubt we're getting extra time up today. I think this is going to take me right to time. Dun-dee-dee. That is a good looking hand right there. That looks solid. Look how beautiful that looks. Wow. Okay, let's get in. I'm dying. I'm dying, Squirtle. I think it's also time for me to lurk and have a bath. You go enjoy your bath. I think it's a good time for a bath. You'll come back to some nice new talons. Thank you for the bless you. Why do we bless people when they sneeze? What's the meaning of that? What's the point of blessing people when they sneeze? Is it like your heart stops beating for a second and you're like, I hope you don't die, bless you? I don't understand bless you when you sneeze. Seems strange to me. The old rumor was that when you sneezed, you were expelling a demon or a dark creature, and that is for people to bless you. What? So everybody on Earth has dark creatures inside them at all times? Because I don't know a single person who has never sneezed before. Is there like a thing where like nuns pretended that they've never sneezed in their life before? Like women don't fart? There was a very brief part of my life where I was like, women really don't fart. And then I grew up. Okay. This is actually, like, coming together somehow? This is actually working? It was an old religious superstition. The bless you was so that you're blessed before the demons could re-enter. That is very odd. People used to believe a sneeze caused someone to expel their soul out of their body, and so God bless you or bless you is used as protection against the devil snatching your soul. During the Middle Ages in the 14th century, a bubonic plague was widespread because it was usually a fatal disease. People would often be very religious, say, God bless you. That is very fair. That second one makes a lot more sense to me. I like the second version better. I'm cool with that one. Okay, I want to go impatient and I want to go kind of crazy, but no, we're going to go patient. We're going to be very patient with this. Boy, that is absolutely perfect. That is absolutely horrific and perfect, and I love it so much. The second one has more rational sense. Yeah, and the second one just, like, is more hopeful about people's idea of the world around them. It's not like, oh no, the devil's coming. It's like, hey, sorry you sneezed, which is really what it should be, because sneezing is traumatic. I like sneezing. I'm pro sneezing, but it is very traumatic. Sneezing is like a violent activity. I could imagine people having phobia of sneezing. I think that's probably relatively common in the world. Dude, that is gorgeous. That's like a gargoyle. I like how heavy they look too. It looks like it's really weighing them down. So when they actually like land on a tree or something, it probably feels super good. That looks great. Yeah, that looks really nice. Color me quite a fan of this. I think it's perfect. You know what? I want to change something, but I think it's not a good idea. I think it's perfect. I think we're done. There's a part of me that wants to take and make a clean line here to where this talon is, but I sort of love this look right here. So now we should be able to look into this, and there should be just a clean, like, sock. Yeah, just a sock. Just a nice little, like, right there. The thing that I will add is I think it's not as dramatic as I want it to be, so more dramatic now. Shout out to Tablet Genius, who loves this song. Oh my gosh, there's so much to see and do here. If I had one of these little things, as non-sexually and as non-weirdly as possible, I'd be like, can you please sit on my hand and I'm just gonna like look at you? Which I guess is what I'm doing as a 3D modeler. But like, I would just investigate this little creature. Show me your wares, Potion Master. Potion Master, I'm going to battle. I need your finest potions. You cannot handle my potions, because my potions are for the strongest and you are of the weakest. Potion seller. You're a rapscallion. Sorry, just quoting Potion Master. I have lost it to some degree. That's too much. That's too much. There's a part of me that thinks that it should be, like, less weird than this. Really hates quantifying it. There's part of me that thinks, like, what if we do this? What happens? What happens? Yeah, not what I want. Back to ease. We're gonna leave it like that for now. You enjoy your lurk. I kind of want to make a grape now. Now that I've thought about grapes for a little bit, I kind of want to give her a little grape. I'm like, we're now in the impasse. I can either give her a grape, or I can give her a mouth, or we can give her hands. I'm like, what do I do now? Turns out this is hard. Dun 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 dee 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 dum ba dee 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 dum ba dum dum bum bum. Okay, let's make a to-do list. That's what you do when you're having a hard time. You make a to-do list. Note to self: when you're having a hard time, make a to-do list. That is A number 1. Makes everything better. Okay, so we need 1 hands, 2 hair, 3 redo texture, 4 mouth, 5 done? Maybe done. Oh, hands seems so difficult. Hair seems very difficult. Everything seems hard. I guess we're gonna make a mouth. I hate doing mouths, but you know what? Sometimes you just gotta buckle down, you just gotta do it. If I give her a mouth, it's gonna look crazy. I should really just like, I should dive into some tutorials on how to make mouths, because that's definitely my like biggest struggle here. So let's copy you, and let's throw you into mouths. This is gonna be body with legs. Be you. And honestly, I think we're decent enough. I could probably delete some stuff right now, but we'll leave it like this for now. Those are really nice legs. I'm pleased. I'm pleased that we did that. Alright, mouth time. You're getting a mouth. I should probably say with legs is like version 5. Because otherwise we're going to have a big difficulty. You know what? We're deleting stuff. I'm gonna go ahead and delete a bunch of stuff because I think we're good. I think I have something that is usable and I can always tear things apart pretty easily. I don't think we need to worry too much. So I think we are in the territory to start deleting. I know it's bad practice. You're not supposed to delete your backups, but oh well. Also, all of this can be joined together as one, as wing. I think that's actually not a good idea because now I've just ruined my... No, it's fine. Perfect. Okay, all right. Settle in. We're almost here. Settle in. Let's give her a mouth. We have a backup. I don't need to worry about ruining this. Let's give her a nice, big, scary mouth like the lady from Mortal Kombat. It's kind of the reference that I'm going for, is the Mortal Kombat lady. You know what? I said I couldn't do feet, and we did feet. I can't do mouths. Let's conquer our fears. Let's do this. Let's settle in. Let's settle in and just get it done. Okay, so, big giant mouth, very haunting. Very, very haunted little sketch that we have here. We've made a horror enemy. We're gonna promptly dismiss a lot of this. Just want to round out the inside of the mouth a little bit, and then we're going to build lips off of this, and hopefully from the lips we should be able to make this look not like a nightmare. That's the goal, at least. Boy, do I hate doing mouths. I think a lot of people actually don't do mouths like this anyway. I think a lot of people build a sack out of the back of the mouth, which I don't understand like how that works or what that does at all. I get that you animate it separately, and I get that it's like a common practice. I just don't understand like why. I'm certain the people that are doing it know far more than I do. I'm not claiming anything, but I just don't get it. I just don't know why. Okay, so we have the beginning of a mouth. Now let's push her forward. So she's got very nicely pursed lips, which I'm going to do by using a clay to bring that forward. So let's start just by making the shape of the lips, and then we can do the rest after. So just a shape. I think it's to do with the building out of the jaw and building from that, but I could be wrong. I think people do it so that when characters talk, you don't have to actually have a form back here. You can just, like, glue the edges to the side of the mouth and just parent them. I'm pretty sure it's just to save on budget when animating. And I think by saying save on budget, what I really mean is it's like almost impossible to do without it. Okay, so this is going to look very bad for a little bit. We're going to be in Uncanny Valley for quite a little while here. Anybody who expects not to be in Uncanny Valley, sorry. Sorry for what you're going to experience. But I think we are going to make something decent here in just a moment. In fact, I want to throw my topo even higher. Okay, so we're just forming lips first. Don't worry about all the detail work later. Boy, that is a bad expression. I should have started with a more neutral pose. But I think we can finesse it. I think I can finesse it down. It is very, very haunted. Also, the bottom lip does not have two segments like that. It has a single segment. Boy, she is haunted. I think that's what bottom lips look like. That's actually not bad looking. It's a bad expression, but it's a good shape. That's not a bad looking shape. It's a bad overall everything, but it's a good shape. Oh, I hate lips. Oh, I hate doing lips. I hate mouths so much. Mouths are the worst. Okay, so now we gotta start thinking about some shape stuff. So let's start by going down here and rounding all of that out. Scroopy, what's up? How you doing? I was definitely not trying to pander to your raid, by the way. I just want to make that as clear as possible. I just said I was going to give you a sub, and I wanted to give you a sub. So I wanted to do it before you got offline, because I knew you only stream when I stream. You think Dynamic Topo has that issue? Can you explain what you mean by that? Because I am more than willing to switch to remesh with voxels, but I gotta know how that works first. Hey, no worries, man. Love you to death. Okay, that bottom lip, I don't hate. The weird shape. Oh, you think so? You think that the weird shape is because of the Dynatopo? That's an interesting idea. I don't know how mouths work. Oh, I hate mouths. Everything looks so good except for the mouth. She looks like a sex doll. Yeah, Greenwall went a little crazy, by the way. Okay, let's use a different brush for just a little bit here and see what we can come up with. I understand what I'm doing is not proper. Hey, Odin, if you have any tips on mouths, I'll gladly take it. I am not at all upset about learning how to do a mouth. I would like to learn how to do a mouth. I just don't really have it in me. And I understand the obvious criticism is use a reference image. You're right. I should be using a reference image. I don't know why I am so determined to do things without reference images. It's a bad habit. I can't do nothing on dynamic, but on normal sculpt and ZBrush I can do stuff. Also, I can't do nothing on Scriptus. That is dynamic also. Got it. I go back and forth on dynamic topo, but I prefer Dynatopo just because, I don't know, it just feels easier to me. Put some teeth in, that helps. That's probably not a bad idea. It's just like a monkey. I've just made like a monkey. All right, you know what? I'm getting a mouth. Hold on. Hold on. Let's make this thing work. Boy, it looks so bad. I can make things, I promise. Look at these beautiful feet I made. I can actually make things. I just can't make mouths. Oh gosh, your mouth is terrible. Alright, we're gonna grab a mouth. Let's take a step back. You need refs for sure. Yes, I definitely need refs. I just don't know what would have a big mouth like that. What has the shape of a mouth? Big mouth. Let's give me the show. Elf mouth. Let's start with an elf. Let's just start with an elf and take it back. 3D mouth reference. Oh, that's a perfect one. Hey, that's a good reference. Cool. I'm taking you. Okay. All right. That actually makes sense to me. I get how that works. We can do this. You just got to take a chill. You just got to take a chill, and you got to do it. Boy, you are haunted. You are so haunted. All right. Let's do this. Salvage what we got. I do have a backup because I am not a fool today. But, let's go. I really just want that mouth right there. Okay. You know, the monkey part is definitely this. That saves it a lot. Okay, pushing you down. And now we want to just like find this edge right here and push this edge up and grab that lip shape. Too much. I'm not strong of a sculptor, but I tend to favor a square brush. I also like square brushes, but I go back and forth on smoothing. And so when I'm building out like basic shapes, I use blobs, and when I'm doing detail work, I switch to squares. I'm also not a great sculptor. Poly modeling is definitely where I got my start, and also I'm not much of a character artist. I'm way more of a asset maker, so I am definitely pushing the bounds today. Okay, I can see the shape here. Let's start by doing the dimple. Let's start by doing this. We need to check the angle correctly, right there. Get that in there. We'll freak you out later. Yeah, I'm not going to do that yet. We just want to find that angle and get it in. And also, we need to stop looking at little individual pieces. I need to look at the whole picture. Not a bad looking little lip right there. That's actually pretty okay. This is all bad. This is not bad. If I take this and I fold that down, that's the beginning of a lip, right? I have the advantage of not making a human, so I can kind of go a little weird with it, but that's not the worst thing I've ever seen. It needs to come out. Needs to have a little bit of volume. It stopped liking it after that point. Oh, it feels like I'm like working with the most resistant creature of my entire life. I'm always envious when you see people with those tablets and they just like, oh, I'm just gonna make a face today, and they go boop, 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 and it's done. I'm like, what is wrong with you? How are you the best person ever? You're on a mouse? Yes. We can have a full-blown argument about it if you like. I actually prefer mouse over a tablet. I know that that's not the trend. I know that's not it. But I like mouse. I know I'm a weird guy. I've been down this road enough with people. I do prefer mouse, but I also do art in a lot of different other places. And so learning tablet seems wild to me, just because no matter what I do, I'll be forced to switch back and forth between mouse and tablet constantly. Mouse is good for polygons, but not sculpt. I understand. I totally get it. Have you ever tried tablet? I have tried tablet. I'll be right back. Yeah, I've used tablet quite a bit. Sculpting and poly. Is it the Roomba? No, it's my roommate. They just got home. I don't wanna bother people. I try not to make too much noise. I understand that if I sat and learned, I'd probably be better, but I think I'd be sacrificing mouse skills elsewhere, because I'm kind of pushing up to my limit of my creative energy a lot of the time. Ah, this is tough. Yeah, my roommate's a Roomba. It's like a perfect little curve. We gotta make that perfect little curve. Hello, that's not what I wanted. Hello, that's not what I wanted. Ahoy there, Scroopy. Oh, man. You know what? I'm staring at this way too much. Let's make a new mouth. I'm not gonna... This is just for practice, but I'm gonna make a mouth real quick. Let's just practice on an object real fast. I just want to make a nice little mouth and see if I can handle it. Because this is going to tell me a lot about what I'm doing right now. Make sure we're selecting this. We are. Dynatopo and Detail Flood Fill. How big is that? Uh-oh, it's too much. Has way too much detail. Okay, let's do this. That is still a lot of detail. I don't understand Dynatopo at all. 1 minute it's like, oh, I'm gonna make 1,000 faces. The next minute it's like 2 faces. Come on now. You don't need this many faces. It doesn't need to be like this. Alright, whatever. Hello. Come back. You, Dynatopo, of 8. Detail Flood Fill. Thank you. Alright, flat surface to work on. Let's do this. Make Make sure it's smooth. It's smooth. How are you doing, Scroopy? I turned Dinotopo off. Whoops. Alright, we got a mouth. We got the beginnings of a mouth. Now let's just master how to get it looking choice. I want to only do the upper lip to start with. So, boom. Follows this curve all the way back. University started again, dot, dot, dot. Is that a bad thing? Takes a lot of time, that's true. I'm just wrestling with the beast for a little bit. We're just having a little wrestle. We're just having a little wrestle while I figure out what's going on. You know what? Different angle. If I take this from a completely different angle, watch this. New idea. What if I try and do this as my edge? What's this gonna do for us? Oh, that does not want to work too well. Can I make some suggestions? Absolutely. Feel free. I'm just completely unoffended. We are learning. It's actually a new brush. I've never used that brush before. Cool. Good to know. Unless your advice is give up, I'll give it a try. Boy, I think this is not the brush. We need to find that shape. Are we giving advice now? We're always giving advice. I'm never against advice. It's a trap. That is my advice. True. I mean, it's a pixie, so it's you don't want to get too involved with the pixie. That's a good looking mouth. That's actually not a bad mouth if it had lips. It's a good shape for a mouth. That's so close to being a good mouth. I just hate lips. I hate lips so much. That looks great. And we crease this edge here. And like, that's so close to being a nice mouth. That's like, try using a cube and subdivide it to make a sphere. Do not use the smooth shading. Then when sculpting, make the lips alone to start and only do the whole mouth hole after the lips are done. That's a cool idea. Okay, let's, one more time. I'm gonna read that one more time. Try using a cube, subdivide it to make a sphere. Do not use smooth shading. No smooth shading. Then, when sculpting, make the lips alone to start, and only do the mouth hole after the lips are done. The part where you say make the mouth after the lips are done is the worry, but let's give it a shot. Also, I am proud of this mouth. That is a good looking mouth. That looks like one of the guys from Xenoblade. Alright, boom. I'm okay to delete it because delete it means progress. You do the same thing? Okay, well, now I feel better about it. Let's do a multi-res. Multi-res of 5 seems high. 6 seems unbelievably high. 6 it is. The question is, how am I going to put this on the other model? But we'll get there when we get there. Now, when you say don't use smooth shading, do you mean don't use Dynatopo or don't use smooth shading in Dynatopo? Okay, so let's go for a multi-res real quick. I'm going to try no Dynatopo real quick. Never use smooth shading unless you want to be able to see the angle of the faces. Got it. And I'm going to make a bigger mouth than what is available because I have to for the creature that I'm working on. It has a giant mouth. Yeah, it's way better already. I totally agree. It's a little on the feminine side, but that's just because I'm learning. Yeah, let's not get caught up in too many details yet. Let's just think about what's immediately in front of us. Okay, so I'm gonna push. There you need the square brush to build up things better. All right, so when you say square brush, he can be a little feminine. No, I mean, it's a girl. This is a female. Boy, that mouth. I hate looking at that mouth. It's a female, but it's supposed to be just a creature. It's not supposed to be like hot. I know people will think it's hot, but that's their own thing, right? That's not my doing. Okay, so I'm going into experimental territory just a little bit. I'm just pushing the boundaries just a little bit to see what I can do. That's a little better, actually. You could use a bit of this. If this is what you meant by square brush, then it's working perfectly. With the square at full pressure of the brush, it bloats on certain sections. There are people who love furries. I don't think this counts as a furry. What do you mean it bloats in certain sections? Can you describe to me what a square brush is? Is this a square brush, what I'm using right now? Because I think that's what I understood as square brush earlier, but I don't know if that's what we're talking about anymore. Be right back? No worries. You take your sweet time. It's actually really nice looking. Okay, cool. Now I just gotta figure out how to transfer this to the actual mesh. Soon I will have points. Soon you will have points. And then what will you do with your points? Redeem the speedy thing. True, we had one earlier today. Just gotta figure out what? No worries. Yeah, you're not going for the dark timeline? Come on now. Dark timeline or bust. Okay, let's do the corner of the mouth. The corner of the mouth actually does matter quite a bit. Let's do this. It's like an overlap right there, and then it pushes in here. Don't freak out. There's like a cheek thing right here. Here's how it works. First, we're going to round that end off right there. So it sits really nice on there. Same right here. We want to really make that part subtle. And now we want to push the cheek up. Like this. What if my speed sketch is something from the Dark Timeline, like Evil Abed? Don't think that's how that works. Dude. I know Dark Odin is not here right now, but I'm just going to say a big thank you to Dark Odin already. This is already hugely helpful. Scroopy, thank you for giving your input as well. I'm already feeling like way better about this. It's not as like scary monstrous as I want it to be, but do I care? Don't think I care. Okay, let's try and add some nose stuff real quick. You gotta have the points to spin the points. Okay, let's Dynatopo this real quick. Let's not Dynatopo this real quick. Let's apply our multi-res first, and now we're going to switch back to Dynatopo, and I'm not going to be using multi-res for just a moment. I'm going to see what happens from this point forward. Because this is how I'm going to have to work on it from the other sketch. I'm just now doing the math. Save it before? This is just experimental. I'm okay with not saving it. I'd rather redo this from scratch than save and return from a previous point. This is something I'm learning. I'm not going to be using this for anything. I don't want to get obsessed with this little piece. We're gonna have to redo it on the model anyway, so yeah, I'm not stressing the details right now. I'm just seeing how much I can sculpt, like, anatomy, facial, whatever stuff. This has been huge, honestly. Oh, hello. What was that? Use that high of a strength. It kind of looks like the moon emoji, like the moon with the nose. Can't be too upset at that. That looks pretty solid to me. Oh, did everyone just die? Everyone just died. Dead. Everyone's dead. Feels pretty good. You know what it looks like? Oh man, it looks like the thing from Berserker. It looks like the evil pendant from Berserker. Yeah, this is looking a lot better. Hey, Odin, I owe you a huge thank you right now. You did a lot. You've said a lot, and you've created a big difference. This is huge. The eyes are pretty solid already, but we'll make a scary moon, Majora's Mask moon face. I'm just in it. Give it a kiss. Yeah, give it a little kiss. Oh no. Is that really? Of course they have matching kissing emotes. Of course they do. Why wouldn't they? Okay, let's play with how we're gonna push the mouth in. This is the part that's the scariest for me. I don't understand how this works. I think you normally just want to cut these off, right? And then you make the little, like, mouth sack. So this is where I would choose to, like, find that shape. It's cool. I helped a lot. My colleagues in animation school when learning 3D. Well, good. We need more people that help out, you know? Now keep working on the lips. Well, I'm just pushing forward because I think I want to go try and stick it on the other model now. I want to go try and see if I can make it work on the other model. Unless you highly, highly recommend that I practice more, I think I'm ready to try and just do it. Okay, so we're like here, right? We push down, we round out a lot of this, and what do we get? We have a mouth. I hate this. Get out of here. That feels pretty usable. Maybe this is a little on the big side now. Maybe that feels a little different. You can use the grab brush to adjust the form. When you say form, do you mean what's back here, or do you mean on the sides here where I'm smoothing? I'm just kind of seeing how you, like, repair problems. I'm really giving it a full experiment now. I'm deep into what ifs at this point. I'm always playing to worst case scenario, I suppose. That is not bad. That's solid. That can work. It's a little... Oh yeah, we gotta fix that. This needs a bit of pulling. Sometimes the inherent shape is good, but just not in the right place in space, and grab and nudge without breaking the shape. Got it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hey, Odin, what's your story, by the way? What do you do? Do you do 3D modeling professionally? How long have you been doing it? What makes you want to do it? Do you have a portfolio we can show to people, etc., etc., etc.? I like to show off portfolios on stream. It's something that we enjoy. We also have a Discord. Thank you, Scroopy. We have lots of random levels of talent in our Discord. It's a sweet little place. Everyone's very nice there. But yeah, if you have a portfolio, I'd love to see it. And if you have any stories to share of like what you're doing or how you got there or why you like doing things or what you want to do in the future, etc., etc., etc. This is the place for 3D for me. I am on 3D mode until I get off of stream. Just be aware of the Roomba. Just be mindful of the Roomba. I'm gonna dare to say that I'm ready. If I'm wrong, I have a backup, whatever. I'm gonna dare to say that I'm ready. We're gonna put you over there. And I'm gonna finish the moon real quick, just because I'm feeling the moon right now. Let's give you an icosphere of 4. Moon face practice. Moon eye. Go ahead and give you a mirror on the moon. All right, let's do you. Let's make a moon. So I'm gonna add myself a bump because I think the most important thing about a moon is its bump, which I've already lost its bump. There you are. I think moons are made to be bumpy. So we're gonna add a Musgrave, and that's not what I want. I want a Voronoi with distance to edge, and it does not need a color amp, I don't think. It can be inverted, so it is sharp. It's not exactly what I want it to look like. There we go, perfect. What's up, Greemall? Hey, the Greemall show up and do a raid has existed. There we go. You know what? It could be maybe a little bit tamed. Uh-oh. Scroopy is going for it. I'm gonna go very light. Okay, that is terrible. I have nothing to show per se. I went to animation school, as I said before, and then did some professional internships, but I was disappointed with the talent there. That had, that was gonna be my senior. Worked on some big publicity spots. Then they did not want to pay me, so I went to Staples. So after I came back to arts and I went to make a game now, but because of licensing issues, I learned how to code and started making plugins for Krita. Yo! So my portfolio is Python now. This year I'll be illustrating. I love Krita. You sound like you've had a crazy life. Krita is the best. Krita is such a nice program. Yeah, you sound like you've lived an insane life. But shout out to you in Krita. You want to find a job in coding? I mean, coding is like a compound bow, right? Once you make it, you make it. Getting there is tough, but once you make it, you're there. You should try using my plugins then. You should send me your plugins. I'll give them a shot. I like Krita. I like Krita a lot. I'm a big Krita fan. Rip points. Did we all die? Oh no. Okay, I should probably add a double to this, so I'm gonna add a double to this. Okay, so you said you got into game design. After I came back to the arts, I want to make a game now, but because of licensing issues, I learned how to code. What are license issues? When you say license issues, my main one is pigment.o, which should be easy to find. Dude, I have an idea for a Krita plugin that would make my whole life better. If you haven't already made it. Let's take a look. Hey, look at you. Oh, this actually is probably exactly what I want. Please tell me it has a hexadecimal built into it. It does right there. Oh, very nice. Very beautiful. Oh, look at you. All right, I'll give it a try. I'll give it a shot. Let's save this for later because I'm definitely gonna forget. But we'll put it right there. That might be exactly what I need in Krita. Thank you. So, what kind of game are you gonna make, or have you decided you don't want to make games now? Because making a game is not the next thing on my list, but it is the next thing on my list, and I have most of it pseudo-coded, ready to go. It's just a matter of getting to a point where I feel my art is good enough that I trust myself to make it. So I am most of the way through making a game. I shouldn't say it. That's a bold claim. I'm not most of the way through making a game. I'm done with pre-production in a game. If you take a look into the GitHub portfolio, you'll find even more stuff. Yeah, I'll look later. I'll definitely look through it. I appreciate that. How did you land on Krita of all things? That seems kind of random. Yeah, the art is more important to get right for me. Yeah, I agree with that. I think the art is what sticks with people. Mechanics matter if they're not real time. Like if you press a button in a game and it takes a second for you to swing your sword, that sucks. But if you press a button and you swing a sword, the better version of swinging that sword isn't going to make a massive difference to most people. And I think that's where people lose a lot of their minds in video game perfectionism. And perfectionism has never been my thing, obviously. I mean, you can see this, right? Perfectionism's not what I'm doing. I'm not a perfect kind of person. I like messy stuff. I was dissatisfied with GIMP at the time, and my brother recommended it to me. Yeah, my worst thing about Krita was when you use font. If you use two different fonts on a file and you move them overlapping each other, the program would crash, and they just redid the code base completely, and now it doesn't do it anymore. So Krita's really where I'm at. All right, let's finish this guy off. We're gonna give him glassy baby eyes. And then I'm gonna move on back to the fairy. I love Krita. Krita's great. Such a lovely program. Yeah, text on Krita is bad, but I'm also a vector user, so using Illustrator or Inkscape is better for font stuff anyway, so it's not a big deal. He looks like a fly. Man, you are quite the artist, by the way, Odin. You're doing like everything. You need to set up an art station if you haven't already. You sound like you have a lot to show off. I think if you set up an art station, you would find a lot of people reaching out to you for little opportunities here and there. I don't want bump. What am I doing? I'm not thinking. I'm thinking too much about your art station and not enough about what I'm doing, and I'm not even doing the thing I'm supposed to be doing, so let's bring it back a little bit. When I have illustrating, things will be more noticeable. Yeah, but it sounds like your 3D stuff is good too. You do whatever. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm not trying to give you advice. You clearly know what you're doing. But I think something that a lot of really good artists do, and something that I see a lot, and that I push people as much as I can, is you see a lot of artists who sell themselves short because they're not as good as people that they idolize, and the people that they idolize only do one thing. It's like, so you're comparing yourself to somebody who's not quite like you. Like for me, I write on top of 3D modeling, and so when I look at 3D modelers that I'm like, they're so much better than me, it's like, well, they're not writing. They're not spending half their day writing. So, like, clearly they have more time to be doing what they're doing. So I think it's important to be proud of how multi-diverse you are. Kind of have a plan. All the technical stuff was already taken care of, and now I need to make the pretty stuff. I see myself as a rigger more than anything. What? You are wild. I'm definitely much more of the artistic design side of things, the creative storytelling aspect stuff, than I am the technical mumbo jumbo. All right, there we go. That's my moon. Done. He's cute. I think looking at color profile, this should be yellow. But otherwise, I think he's done. There he is. Beautiful boy. I kind of eat program after program during college. Yeah, it sounds like it. That's good, though. That's cool. All right, so now we have the idea of lips done. And if you wanted to be a total weirdo about it, you could throw a rotating axis on here and animate the eyes and make them look like they're blowing wind everywhere, but I'm not doing that right now. Jesus, you guys are going nuts. Look at how many points Greemel has. Greemel, you're nuts. All right, we're here. We're back. We took a moment to freak out for a little bit, and now we're back. Goodbye. There we go. We're back. Okay, make lips. Make lips. Make lips. Just make lips. Don't forget what you just learned. Don't freak out. Don't lose your mind. Don't go crazy. Okay. Make some juicy lips. I'm gonna make some juicy lips. I kind of think I want the mouth closed, but I need to make the like part, so I should probably open it a little bit so I can get in there. Whoa. What happened to my detail? What happened there? You know what? I think it was on 40. Let's go back to 40. I think it was maybe on 30, but 40 works. I'll be dropping by. I just need to help my friend with his stream. No worries. I appreciate you hanging out. Thank you for all the help. Truthfully, sincerely, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much for the help. It was actually huge. We'll be catching you. Happy blending. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Alright, let's build out this mouth. Scroopy, I need you here for moral support. You're here. Thank you. Thank you, my friend. I'm here. Maybe not moral, but support. Yeah, you're not moral. No, everything's moral. I feel like I've already messed up. Let's start at the bottom. Start at the bottom. Okay, we're starting to get into the territory that we were before. Let's calm down a little bit. Okay, it still looks kind of freaky, and I'm thinking it might be the face shape, so I think I'm gonna try and really think about the face as like a whole unit instead of getting caught up in some of these details. I'm also gonna do this, just a little bit. Just enough so I can see the distance on those lips. That looks way better. It's still not perfect. There's still some work to be done, but it looks way better. Yeah, for sure it does. And the mouth flattens out on the sides here a lot. Once we get the whole good, I think that's gonna be perfect. Now you want to build out the cheek just a little bit right there. Triangle shaped. Boy, I don't know what I was going to do if anybody didn't come in and save me. I was just going to suffer. I maybe would have tried, but don't feel like I'm in the position to give advice. Scroopy, you are always welcome to give advice. Scroopy, you and me, I get you well enough that if you gave advice and I got upset about it or it didn't work or whatever, I would just give you a hard time. Right? Like, we're cool. We're good. We're Gucci. Okay, it's a little on the safe side. It's not the buxomous mouth that maybe we were hoping for, but it ain't bad. I like how thin it is, too. I think I was going pretty big on the lips last time. I was going for kind of a Mr. Popo from Dragon Ball. Or a Jinx from Pokemon. Kind of blackfacey. And this looks a lot more like a weird wild animal. Which is what we're working on. Great, you love it? Well, thank you. I don't know if it's like perfect. I mean, obviously, why would I be making something perfect right now? Because I don't even know what I'm doing. But I could definitely see more that I want to do here. Let's put it that way. I see the growth opportunities in my position. Heard my Roomba go off. Roomba is now traveling the realms, looking for dust and other yummy creatures to eat. I think smooth does help a little bit. I think I do want to switch to smooth to look at some of this stuff. Because smooth is kind of the final iteration of this. That's sort of saying, like, what's it going to look like when I'm quote-unquote done. I do think I should be using a little bit of smooth while I'm doing all this. Okay, and you want to get that little bottom lip, like, perfect. That. You want to get it really nice and strong. I'm getting confident, which means I'm about to mess up. Just save just in case. That's not a bad idea. Let's do a save. Yo, Scroopy, you're nuts. Scroopy, how'd your stream go, by the way? I didn't ask. Sorry, I should have asked. How'd it go? What'd you make? I saw something. I didn't know what it was, though. It was very blue. Made some mimic keycaps. I like that. Okay. There's a lot to be desired here. There's a lot to be desired here, but this is not bad. There's a lot left to be desired here. So, before we go nuts, let's save this. You think it's good? Thank you. There's definitely more that I would change. I would not pass this in my bar of quality. If I was making a game and somebody said this is the model, I'd be like, no, sorry. And if that's the realm that I am basing things off of, then I have to hold myself accountable to that. Right? I have to make the work that I demand. That's just how it works. Yeah, we're making mouths. We had a lot of help from Scroopy and Eye of Odin to make some mouths. I will do stretches in just a moment, but I must finish this first. Because it took us a lot to get here. We put a lot of effort into getting here. And so I want to remain on topic. Yeah, Scroopy also wants to brag about what they're doing right now. Oh, Scroopy, T had a question for you as well. Okay, you know what? That's good enough. Yeah, all ears. Let him have it, T. You had something you wanted to ask Scroopy when I popped into Scroopy's stream earlier today. It rhymes with prop punt. Sorry, I'm already married. Scroopy, I know that's not stopping you. I can kiss you square on your lips. Ask your wife if she wants an asexual girlfriend. Yeah, it's kind of the energy. That's kind of it's kind of T's whole thing. T has a dream. I don't know if this is meant to be said or not, but T has a dream to just like join somebody else's marriage and do everything about married life except the dirties. It's kind of T's dream in this world. Greenwall started. Oh, Greenwall started the heist, like the arms race to get to the top of the heist. Yes, there you go. That was the question. Bum, bum, bum. Uh-oh. You know what? This is my moment. That wasn't my moment. This is my moment. Okay, so how are we feeling about this mouth? I think this mouth is okay. It's a hell of a lot better of what I was doing before. I felt like a little puppy without any direction in life before Odin came in and gave some direction. And I'm very mildly okay with the result. Bunny, not puppy. What? bunny, not puppy. What does that mean? Prop hunt is very fun. Do gotta love a prop hunt. You do gotta be loving a prop hunt. You know what? That's actually pretty okay by my standards. I'm happier with this now. Let's go ahead and crease to make the mouth complete so we can get actual lips here. Let's go ahead and crease you down. Hello? I've missed a lot. Hey, I got points. You said you were a lost puppy, but you're a lost bunny? True. I didn't start while I was near the start. I just kept idly until I was surpassed for first in heist, and then yeah? No, you're first. Scuff speed sketch the cat from Sailor Moon to show my sister. Alright, that'll be the last thing I do today then. I'm gonna say this is good. We're pleased. I will do the cat from Sailor Moon. Do you have a preference for which one? Artemis or Luna or whatever the other one's name is? There's the black one and the white one. Which cat do you want? I suppose they look identical, save for the color. Maybe I'll do a cat that transforms between the two of them. I'll make like a cat that like shifts color. I can make a cat that shifts between the two of them. That seems cool. Dude, we're in. We're in. Those are what lips look like, baby. All right. I need to completely isolate this part of stream and say thank you to Eye of Odin for this. Thank you for allowing me to make lips. Very talented man in the world. Thank you for allowing me to make lips. Thank you for imparting your gifts upon me. Look how crazy that looks. She's gorgeous. Oh, one more reason that I think you would make a bag for the mouth is so that you can color the mouth without having to have a complicated UV setup. I think that's a big part of it as well. All right, get out of here. Get out of here. We don't need you anymore. Thanks to Red for following Odin's advice. You know, I'm willing to admit when I'm wrong. It's not my #1 skill in the world, but I'm not against admitting when I'm wrong. All right, so there we got it right now. This is where we're at so far. Look how gorgeous that looks. Wow. If I was a functioning human being who had the ability to cry, I would cry right now, but I don't think I can cry. So we're gonna no cry on this one. But I would cry if I could. That felt great. I mean, like, we did feet. We did good feet. Really good feet. We did pretty good body work for what we're doing. I know there's people that do like rib cages and muscles and blah 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 blah. That's not me. That's not really what I'm into. I don't like games that are super high detail like that anyway. I prefer stuff to be fun and cartoony, and when you punch somebody, I don't want there to be blood coming off of them. I want like a bit of a play. I don't want to play Legend of Zelda where a guy lifts up his shirt and he has a perfectly rendered six-pack. I want to play a game where a kid has a circle like a head, or a circle for a head, and you hit him with a bat and he springs back into place. I'm not here for photorealism. This is already pushing my cartoony aesthetic to its natural limits. All right. And we got our boy. We got our boy. Ayo. Okay, sorry. I'm losing my mind a little bit. I'm very pleased. Pleased as punch about what's going on. All right, you want cats from... I'm going to be staring at this thing forever. I'm so pleased. Sorry. I'll chill now. You want cats. You want the cats from Sailor Moon. Okay. I mean, even the color is pretty good. Like, it reads super well from a distance. What would you do if you found tiny people living in your house? And keep in mind, they are aggressively trying to give you grapes. They want you to eat grapes a lot. All right. Let's do this thing. Sailor Moon cats. Make them pay rent. How much rent would you charge the little people? Oh, this cat's gonna be easy. Shout out to me saying that, and it's gonna devolve into madness here soon. Is it Luna and Artemis? It is Luna and Artemis. Wow, amazing that I have that saved in my memory banks. Amazing that that still exists in my mind. Percentage of space that they use? Okay. What if they travel all around the house, but at any given time, they take up, like, a Barbie doll? Alright, let's go back to our speed sketch. Welcome to Speed Sketch. This is the land of the speed sketch where we make speed sketches, and here are some of the speed sketches that we've made. So shout out to these speed sketches. I'm in the middle of drawing for a uni preview task, and I'm absolutely screwing it up. I hate this. Do you want to show us what you got? Maybe we can give some criticism, since I was just given the best criticism of my life. Well, then I don't have to pay rent anymore. Yeah, true. Look at Boblin with a little scary thing. Alright, so we're in regular rendered view. It's in the 2D channel Discord? Alright, taking a look. Do you want actual criticism? Oh, it's the dude from Adventure Time. I didn't realize that's what you were doing. Okay, so you want criticism on this. Or what do you want for this? You don't know what you're doing with this? I don't think it looks bad. I don't really have any problems with it. Okay, here's an idea. Take a flat square and draw some emojis on it. Draw like a cat face, like an awoo face. Draw a bunch of just random emojis, whatever you come up with. And then put scan lines over them. And erase where the scan lines aren't, so it looks like an LCD screen. And then skew it onto here. And if you want to go crazy, you can take multiple of those faces and do a cycle through them, like a GIF, like a little animation. Because I think if you can skew a face onto here and make it very obviously that you're skewing a face, you've basically proven that you're good at 2D art. Yeah, it's Nepter. I am Nepter. All right, let's do this thing. Let's do this thing, folks. Making a cat. Making a cat with a moon for a head and a weird-shaped eyeball. Ain't my first rodeo. Put some popcorn in there. There you go. Put popcorn in there. No, popcorn it is. It's just popcorn. Should really be doing retopo instead of this, but I can't be helped. Okay, so the topology is way too big. We're going for scuffed. Let's scuff it. Mew, soup, everyone loves soup, but it has to be a robot that has a kitchen appliance, and it's proving difficult. I'm way better at 3D than 2D. So, like, what's the assignment? Like, what part of this has to be 2D? Because it seems like you're doing fine, as far as I can tell. Also, computer is having a bit of a hard time. I think computer's a little upset at what we've been doing so far. So, tell you what, we're gonna remove Dinotopo. I know, sacrilegious, right? We're gonna do that. And then we're gonna build out the shape from here. Perfect. Basically perfect as far as I'm concerned. Okay, let's make a leg. When are we playing prop hunt? You asked Scroopy, not me. Probably not today. Yeah, Scroopy's had enough today. Scroopy's over it. Have to go to bed? Yeah, Scroopy's got school. I'll find it and post it on Discord. It's hard to explain. You got it. I don't know. Can you see me? We might already be playing. I'm assuming that was not meant to be posted here. Assuming that was a random thing. Yeah, there's always time for prop hunt. Prop hunt, if you can hear me, but I'm talking, am I not a prop? I don't understand that one. That one went a little over my head. Did not get that one. Scroopy's just got school to worry about now. This is gonna be a big boy. Hey, good night, Scoops. Catch you next time. What? I don't understand anything that anybody is talking about in chat. We are gonna okay Bebop Blue tonight? Have you all lost your mind? What is going on? I'm supposed to be the one that loses my mind around here. You're not allowed to take my job. I'm the one that loses my mind. I'm forgetting that I don't have Dynatopo turned on, so I'm acting as if Dynatopo is turned on, but it's not. So I gotta remember to push this every now and again. I probably should have made this in pieces, but it's scuffed, right? So what do I care? It's on Discord now. Thank you very much. We'll get around to it. Get in here and really buff this bad boy out. We're gonna make a cat butt here soon. Boy, cats are weird shapes, aren't they? I'm very much hating this. Tell you what we're gonna build out the back of this. We'll slim it down later. Cats are liquid. Cats are liquid. They don't make normal shapes. Cats don't do things. Go. Okay, that's actually not the worst thing in the world, but it needs to be way slimmer. Okay, that's about the shape that we want. That is about the right shape right there. It'll look better when we add ears, for sure. Okay, we'll chill out a little bit on some of these details right now. We'll get there. It looks so bad. This is one of the worst ones I've done in a while. He's such a chunker. They made such a chunky boy. It's just a cat. Just cat. Okay. There he is. General shape done. Not going to think any more about it. Now the ears. Now the ears. This is going to be nightmare fuel when I'm done. Guaranteed. Okay, so now we need to make these really specific eyeball shapes. That's pretty close. It's right here. It's a very weird shape. It's like a teardrop almost. Okay. There's just a little bit of a button for a nose. In fact, I'm going to make the nose a separate piece because why not? That's going to have to be what that looks like. We'll let the eyes come out and do their own thing. We're going to round out some of this neck. Sure, that works. Wait, does this look bad? Cat-shaped. Okay, 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 sure. What an awful creature I've made. It's pretty ungodly. Those ears need a redo. These ears need a new look. Here we go. Put a thing on the head. Pop it down. Put a thing on the head, and then round it out just a little bit. Now, the ears need to come out. They need to go like... No, please. They need to go like this. You need to have big ears. You are a cat. You have big ears. You're a dog. You're not gonna let me pet you? Okay, so I've made him like big brained. Whoops. That's probably about as good as I'm gonna get those ears looking. So I say we keep them. That looks quite a bit better. Still looks terrible, but it's quite a bit better. Let's see what the eyes do to this, and I am worried, to say the least. It's actually not a bad looking eye, all things considered. I mean, it's not great, but it's not bad. That's actually, okay, I can live with this eye. I can live with this. This is a fine looking eye. You're good. You can stay. You're allowed to stay at the party. Cube. Come on. And then we need to make ourselves a cube. Little tiny cube. Oh, whoops. Whoops, 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 whoops. I meant to turn on X. Sorry about that, kitty. Why is nothing grabbing onto this thing? Grab it. Just grab it. Oh, I see. My bad. Hello. I didn't realize what I was doing. There we go. Little baby cat nose. Probably smooth it out more, but oh well. Okay, now I gotta put a moon on it. Oh, that is terrible looking. He is not good looking. This is one of my worst. This is one of my worst pieces. Pay attention. Just think about what you're doing. Alright, we got a tail. It looks so bad. Oh, he's awful. Look at this monstrosity. Only a mother would love this face. Okay, and then I gotta really, like, cinch in this, like, neck. That's actually not the worst thing I've ever seen. That looks a little better. Boy. I've lost the thread. I've given up my creative juice for the day. I hope nobody is tuning in and watching this and being like, wow, this guy's bad at 3D modeling. I am, but like this is not why. Well, that's gonna have to be it. Done. Alright, let's do this thing. Dun, dun, dun. I took what you said of the LCD face thing and tried it. It's in Discord under my assignments. All right, I'll give that a look. I'll give that a once over. It's just the first thing that came to my mind. All right, cool. Okay, alright. Anybody who's actually trying to 3D model things, don't do this. What you're supposed to do is make this a texture. You're not supposed to make this a 3D object and stick it on. I'm just going as fast as humanly possible. So please do not take this as a reference point for how you should actually do this. Please, please, please do not do that. Anybody who is taking advice from me should stop immediately, but in case you are, don't do that. All right, let's render it out. Oh wait, we gotta do whiskers. Sorry, we gotta do whiskers. Whiskies. The kitty with the whiskey. Okay, let's do a Bezier. Bum bum. Give it some geometry. So I should cross out this whole page. You should cross out this whole page. You should have called it quits when you tuned in today. No, if you saw what I was doing an hour ago, I mean, I owe most of that to Odin, but I would say what I was doing an hour ago was choice. This is a speed sketch. I'm literally trying to go as fast as possible. Also, hello, Boss Tony. How you doing today? That's not a bad place for a whisker, I think. They go like behind the eyes right there. Also, whiskers are as wide as a cat's body. The reason whiskers exist is to tell if they can go through doors or not. So yeah. How am I? I am starting to get a little on the warm side. It was winter here for a while in Florida, and it was cold. And now it's getting to the point where it's not cold, but I don't want to switch the air conditioning on yet, because if we have to switch it back, it like kills the power bill. And so now I'm like waiting out the storm to be like, are we done? So I'm just playing the field as far as that's concerned. Also, I just realized I am missing something. How do I shrink a curve? Blender, resize curve. You had rain here yesterday? Where are you about? Where are you living? You're from Chicago? I love Chicago. Chicago's a lovely city. Oh, we can bevel. Bevel? That seems strange. No. That's not what I want. I don't want to bevel a curve. I don't want to bevel a curve. What are they talking about? How do I edit a curve? Yikes, yikes, yikes. We are deep down the rabbit hole here. Okay. I only have to do it once. Control points. Segments. No. I want to make you smaller. Oh, there it is. Get small. Is there a hotkey for this? Dude. I've had enough of you. Thank you. There we go. Whisker, done. I'm assuming Chicago's got to be pretty cold right now. Chicago seems like a place that did not enjoy this winter. Yeah? Are you just like huddled inside? Are you stuck? Or are you just like, screw it, I'm gonna go outside anyway? Glad it rained, it melted? Good. Alright, well, this is not my best work. This is not my best work. Sorry. Sorry that I had to be here and do this. We're gonna call this Sailor Moon, because that's exactly what it is. It's a sailor's moon. It's actually a bit on the white side, like that. And it is black base color. Perfect. Now we need to make sailor fur, which is a strange term that I hope to never use again. It's gonna be very rough. It's gonna have high sheen. Sheen's gonna have no value on it. I actually want the sheen to be dark, but oh, it's a good sheen color. Let's do that. Yeah, I hope to never say sailor fur in my life. But, you do what you gotta do. Yeah, it looks a lot better with color, but it's still not... It's not my normal bar of quality, let's put that out there. I would be like, bro, you gotta redo this if somebody sent this to me. But also, I did it as fast as humanly possible. This isn't exactly something that I did with the utmost care and attention. It was kind of a silly prompt. Okay, noses are wet, which means clear coats. And they're probably pretty specular, if I had to guess. The eyes are where we're really gonna win a lot of points, because I can do pretty solid eyes. So we're gonna call these sailor eyes. And I haven't forgotten about doing the color change thing yet, I just need a moment. Alright, check it out. We're gonna go white, red, white. Bada boom, bada boom, bada boom. Give me that red right there. We're gonna use constants. I probably want to use a stronger red than that if I'm being perfectly honest, but we'll get back to this. Throw on a layer weight, go into facing mode. What? What? What just happened? Why does it look like that? Why do you look crazy? What on earth is going on with this thing? Alright, we can adjust this. I want to say it's based on generated, but it might be based on UV. No, it's based on generated. Which is weird. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. She's gotten weird. Okay, hold on. Is it based on normal? It must be based on normal. It is indeed based on normal. Okay, perfect. We're close to making that look real, but boy does it look scary. There we go. Oh, no. I wanted it to work so bad. It looks so close to being good. It's so close to being normal. I think the only other way that I could maybe solve this is to, like, dot product it, which I'm not about to go through a bunch of vector math, so instead I'm going to try and simulate it. Because life is a highway and I'm gonna ride it all night long. You know what? There we go. Beautiful little baby. We're just gonna look forward. You're just gonna look at the front of the screen and we're not gonna think about it. We're not gonna stress the details. You're done. I see how we want to do this. It looks so strange. That's good enough. That's fine. We're done. I'm done. I've seen it. I've seen it all. I've done it all. There we go. That is my nightmare scape. Done. That's as close as I'm gonna get in the amount of time that I've given myself. And I said I would make them switch between colors, so let's do that. Okay, so we need a color ramp. That takes you, and takes you. I don't know if it's cute. I don't think it's cute. Okay, we're gonna put on a value node because it's easy to control a value node. And we stick you up, and we stick you up, and we go to 0, and we hit boom. Boom. And we go 1, boom. I don't know which one he or she is at the moment, but it's just the one. Just that little daughter. What? I don't know which one is the he or she. Is this just that little one is a daughter? Yes. Correct. Alright, moment of truth. Here we go. There we go. We now have a magic kitty. We've now made a magic cat. It's very bad looking, but it's a magic cat. In all her glory. I would say, based on what I'm looking at right here, this color should be lighter. Yeah, it should be that. And that seems to be done. I'm gonna call that a done deal. Oh wait, the eyes also switch colors. Darn it. Darn it. The eyes also switch colors. So I will throw on a hue saturation. I don't want that. I want a value node. Hooked up to hue and saturation. And it's gonna start. Oh, that's perfect. That's pretty much exactly what we want. Okay, so let's go to 0. And that'll be a 0.5. Boom. Boom. And this will be a 0. Boom. So now. Oh, that's cool. That is cool. I switch to Bezier so that you have the same curve. Black is girl, white is boy. Correct. White is Artemis. The cat of the sun, even though he's a moon. That's a done deal. That's done. We've done it. Feel free to share this monstrosity with other people. I am done. I'm done. I'm done. Okay. I'm done. Let's go ahead and call this Sailor Cat. It is going to be sent to Ewan Sister. Alright. Done. Well, there it is. All for your liking. With that, I am going to raid somebody. I'm done for the day. I am done. So we're gonna leave that as is. And I'm going to go ahead and pull up Twitch and see who is streaming. I'm almost guaranteed it's gonna be Ratlord. It's not Ratlord. Ratlord is not streaming. That's the moons. Something's wrong with the moons. Alright, let's see who's here. Art of Pilgrim is going, and they seem to be doing some cool work. Kana is making cool stuff as per the norm. Let's see who else. Who else? Who else? Maybe we'll go give Kana a little bit of love. Who shall we raid? Let's go see what Kana's up to. It's been a while since we've raided Kana. I love Kana. Come join me for a little bit of a raid. You'll get some free points, and you'll go make somebody else's day. Beyond that, I have been here. If you've been lurking, we have a Discord. I will shout out the Discord. We talk a lot of 3D stuff there. Got a lot of cool peeps. And beyond that, I'll be back Friday. You're gonna start a heist right now? What are you doing starting a heist right now? Alright, I hope it resolves. Alright, well, I'm gonna go ahead and start the raid. But yeah, thank you to everyone who's been here. I'll catch you all Friday. So I'm gonna start this. We're gonna see what happens. We're gonna see what happens here. I'm gonna end my recording. Goodbye to YouTube.